My name is Lin Yi. I'm a college student majoring in agriculture. I never once imagined that someday I'd be crouched behind a bush, gripping a Swiss Army knife, in a standoff with a wolf half mad with hunger. And this wolf was bigger than any I'd ever seen in a documentary. Let me start by explaining how I ended up in this mess. My last memory was inside the tent on a wilderness survival show, the sound of a sleeping bag zipper, the faint red glow of a night vision camera. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. But when I opened them again, everything around me had changed. No maintained forest trails, no aerial marker flags, no supply crates buried by the crew. The trees overhead were absurdly tall, their trunks twisted like dragons, their bark covered in a thick layer of moss. The air was damp and stifling, mixed with the smell of rotting leaves and a cloying floral sweetness. I didn't recognize this place at all. Before I could even get my bearings, the bushes beside me rustled. A gray wolf poked its head out, shoulders hunched high, coat glossy, but every rib clearly visible. A starving wolf. It locked onto me instantly. But instead of lunging, it lowered its front legs, flattened its ears against its head, and let a low whine roll out of its throat. My heart lurched. I recognized that stance. We'd covered it in my wilderness survival class. It was the posture a wolf takes right before it strikes. Slowly, I got to my feet and flipped open the main blade of the knife. I knew I couldn't run. The moment you run, you become prey in its eyes, and it'll chase you down. The wolf started sidestepping, circling around to my left, keeping a steady distance. Suddenly, it pawed at the ground and dropped its body low, faking a lunge. My reflexes kicked in and I slashed, but it retreated half a step. I understood in an instant. This animal was wearing me down, draining my strength. Sweat soaked through my back and trickled down my neck. My mind raced. This knife was practically a legendary weapon in this era, but I had to plant it in a vital spot on the first try. If I missed, it would knock me down, and the moment I drew blood and got hurt, I'd attract even more beasts. A lighter? Fire might scare it off for a second, but I had so little fuel it wouldn't last. Just as I was about to give out. Whoosh! The sound of something splitting the air. A sharpened wooden spear shot out of the dense forest to my right, so fast I only saw a blur. It punched clean through the wolf's belly, and the momentum flipped it 2 meters through the air, pinning it hard against a tree. The wolf let out a horrible yelp, limbs twitching, blood spraying across the ferns on the ground. Before I could even process it, several figures stepped out from behind the bushes. Instinctively, I raised both hands and turned the blade toward myself, showing I meant no harm. As they drew closer, I finally got a clear look at them, dressed in animal hides tied together with vines, hair matted and tangled with mud and bits of grass. The wooden spears in their hands stained a dark red. Not a scrap of metal on them. Not a single trace of industrial civilization. The man in front walked up to me. He was half a head shorter than me, but his shoulders were broad, his arms thick, veins bulging in his neck. He stared at me for a long time, his gaze sliding from my face to my waist, then finally settling on the knife in my hand. There was no hostility in that look. It was more like he was sizing up how much a piece of prey was worth. Then he spoke, his voice rough. "Someone from the great tribe? These hides you're wearing, they're strange." He reached out and poked at my windbreaker. I froze completely. He was speaking a language I'd never learned, heavy on the guttural sounds. But bizarrely, my brain translated it automatically. I understood every single word. I'm lost. I heard my own voice shaking. "I don't know where this is." He furrowed his brow and glanced back at the men behind him. There were 5 of them in the party, all wearing similar hides, carrying wooden spears or stone axes. One of them crouched down to inspect the dead wolf, expertly pulled out the spear, then smashed the wolf's head in with a rock, a precaution against it playing dead and springing back up. "Stone Fong," the lead man said, giving his name and thumping the butt of his spear against the ground. "We're the Fire Tribe's hunting party. Where do you come from?" I didn't rush to answer. My eyes went past him, landing on the plants around us. Ferns, broadleaf trees, and a bark as white as birch. I recognized some of it. But the sizes were all wrong. Too big. Even the wolf was a full size larger than a modern gray wolf, more like some old breed left over from the Ice Age. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in my mind. Time travel. I'd gone back to the past. The early Neolithic, maybe even earlier. Or maybe this was another world entirely, a parallel one. The hides, the wooden spears, this unfamiliar language, their curiosity about my clothes. All of it confirmed the idea. As for why I could understand their speech, I guessed it was some kind of ability that came bundled with the time travel. I couldn't spare the brain power to think about it right now. I come from a tribe very far away, I said vaguely. Stone Fong turned and spoke in low tones with his men. I pricked up my ears and caught a few words: winter, food, and one more word: shaman. Bring him back? One of the younger members said reluctantly. We didn't catch much today. One more mouth means one more person starves. Winter's coming soon, another said, tapping the ground with the handle of his axe. The chief says the cold came early this year. Stone Fong was silent for a moment, then swept his gaze over me again. Bring him, he said, lowering his voice. He looks like he came from a great tribe. Maybe he'll be useful. And just like that, I was sandwiched in the middle of their party, men holding spears both in front and behind me, following them deeper into the dense forest. These men moved with real care, searching in a zigzag pattern, walking and stopping, crouching to listen for sounds. I imitated them, carefully avoiding the dry twigs underfoot. But the day's hunt turned out even harder than I'd imagined. They chased a deer, but the wind shifted and the herd flicked their tails and vanished behind the ridge. They cornered a wild boar with terrifying tusks, but it snapped a sapling in half and crashed into the thick forest. Stone Fong's spear only grazed a bit of skin off its leg. The sun began sinking toward the west. I guessed it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. My stomach started cramping. From the moment I woke up until now, I hadn't eaten a thing, and the only water I'd had was licking dew off leaves. So as I walked, I kept my eyes locked on the plants around me, hunting for something edible. There was a wild herb that looked like wild celery, but the poisonous and non-poisonous varieties are too hard to tell apart. There was a shrub with red berries I couldn't identify, so I didn't dare touch them. Just then, I noticed a small patch of ground where the vegetation looked different. Several stalks stood there, with feathery leaves and small pale purple flowers on top. The ground beside them bulged slightly, the soil a shade darker than the surroundings, with fine, radiating cracks, like something underground was pushing up hard, straining until it split the earth. My steps stopped dead. My heart started racing. I crouched down, brushed aside the fallen leaves, and exposed the soil beneath. It was loose, with signs of having been disturbed. I was almost certain there was something good down there. Stone Fong, I called out, my voice a little hoarse. The hunting party had already walked more than 10 meters ahead. Stone Fong turned back, frowning, clearly annoyed. A whole day coming back empty-handed sours everyone's mood. What is it? I pointed at those few plants, then at the cracks in the ground, trying to keep my voice steady. Down there, there's something to eat. Stone Fong came over for a look and gave a cold laugh. He tore off a leaf, crushed it, and shoved it under my nose. A strong bitterness rushed up, sharp and pungent. This is bitter leaf, he said. Eat it, and your stomach hurts. I shook my head. Not the leaves. I gestured with my hands. Dig up the soil. Eat the roots buried underneath. Stone Fong's expression shifted from mockery to doubt. He looked up at the sky. The sun was about to touch the western ridge, and the light in the forest was fading fast. They'd found nothing all day, except the gray wolf I'd drawn in. If they couldn't find food before dark, they'd have to go back to the tribe empty-handed. And the old people and children back there had already been hungry for a long time. It's getting dark, someone urged. Stone Fong stared at me for 3 seconds. In the end, the pressure of survival outweighed his suspicion of a stranger. Dig. He jammed his spear into the ground, crouched down, and started clawing at the dirt with both hands. The others didn't hesitate either, all pitching in. But they had no tools, just sharpened wooden sticks and stone flakes, and the digging was pathetically slow. I pulled out my knife and cut the main blade into the soil. The edge was 10 times sharper than their tools, and in a few strokes I'd carved open a hole. The thing beneath the soil was revealed. Not potatoes. The shape was irregular, like a cluster of egg-sized yellowish-brown fruits, hung with dense root hairs. I pried one open with the knife tip. Inside was milky white flesh, firm, giving off a faint starchy aroma. I cut off a small piece and put it in my mouth. It tasted like raw chestnut, with a hint of sweetness, not bitter at all. The moment my stomach registered the food, it convulsed hard, the reaction of having gone too long without eating. It's edible. My voice cracked with excitement. You can eat this. It's not poisonous. Stone Fong took a piece, half believing, and chewed slowly. His expression went from wary to confused. Then suddenly his eyes went wide. He grabbed another piece and stuffed it into his mouth, shouting through the mouthful. It's sweet. This stuff is sweet. Not bitter. It was the first time I'd heard this man raise his voice. The others crowded around at once, digging those grape cluster-like roots out of the pit. Some just bit right in. Others sliced them open with stone flakes and shared with their companions. Hunger stripped away all the rules. They crouched on the ground, hands caked with mud, mouths crammed with the white flesh. I dug open another plant nearby, and it was just as loaded with fruit. This soil was clearly ideal for it, and the roots below were probably connected in one big spread. I did a quick estimate, dig it all out, and it'd be enough to feed these 5 grown men for 2 or 3 days. Ground beans, I blurted out to Stone Fong. This is called ground beans. Stone Fong, his mouth full of food, looked up at me. His eyes changed now, filled with a kind of awe. How did you know? He lowered his voice. That there were ground beans under the bitter leaf? I couldn't explain botany to him, so I went along with it. I studied it. Shaman's knowledge. I remembered that when they'd been talking in low voices earlier, they'd mentioned this word over and over, shaman. In a society like this, the shaman was the keeper of knowledge, the one who could communicate with the spirits, an authority higher than any ordinary person. Sure enough, Stone Fong's expression grew even graver. He stood up, wiped the white pulp from the corner of his mouth, and then made a gesture, bowing his head slightly, right hand clenched into a fist pressed against his left chest, like some kind of ritual. Are you a disciple of a shaman? He ventured, his tone full of respect. From a great tribe? I neither confirmed nor denied it. I'm lost, I repeated. But I remember this knowledge. I took the chance to instruct them. Don't just dig up one plant, follow the growth line downward, since tuber crops are all connected underground. And don't damage the main root, so the same spot will grow again next year. In the end, we dug out at least 30 pounds of ground beans, bundling them into several packs made of hides. By the time the last ray of sunset dropped behind the ridge, the wolf carcass had, ironically, been pushed to secondary importance. On the way back, the mood had clearly changed. The hunting party started murmuring among themselves, the conversation all revolving around me. Some guessed which great tribe I'd come from, the Blackwater tribe, or the legendary Sky God tribe said to hold the fire that never goes out. Stone Fong walked beside me, glancing at me now and then. There was something new in that look. Hope. Winter was coming. Food meant survival, and someone who could find food meant the whole tribe might carry on. Full darkness fell. We emerged from the dense forest into an open river valley. In the distance, firelight flickered, and faintly, human voices. That was the direction of the tribe. Stone Fong quickened his pace and turned back to tell me, we're here. The Fire Tribe. The Fire Tribe lived right beneath a cliff face on the north bank of the valley, hollowed out by the river. When I followed them into the cave mouth, the air inside was murky enough to choke on. A fire burned deep in the cave, its orange-red glow flickering across the stone walls. No one spoke. It was only later that I gradually pieced together this tribe's situation, and you might not even believe it. Their chief was named Dawn Fire, only 30 years old this year, but he looked more like 40-something. Sunken eye sockets, protruding cheekbones, skin roasted brown by smoke and fire. They'd once had a shaman, but the shaman had died 7 months ago, drank the wrong plant sap, had diarrhea for 3 days, curled up by the fire unable to even speak, and just like that, was gone. And before he died, he hadn't had time to take on a disciple. The Fire Tribe had once had 78 people. Once the shaman died, other tribes drove them out of their old hunting grounds, pushing them into this unfamiliar territory. Along the way, they clashed with the Stone Axe tribe over prey, and 2 men got their legs smashed. Later, some people ate poisonous roots by mistake, and that took 2 old people and 3 children. By today, only 35 of them were left. The woman sitting to the chief's left was named Greyhide. She clutched a half-polished stone spearhead, her fingers trembling constantly, not from cold, but from hunger. Today she'd only had 2 mouthfuls of water boiled with tree bark. Her stomach kept cramping, wanting to vomit, but there was nothing to bring up. Everyone in the cave was waiting for their hunting party to bring back some sliver of hope for survival. Lying at the cave mouth was a 17-year-old youth named Wind Feather. He'd twisted his ankle last month and couldn't run, so all he could do was listen for sounds outside on everyone's behalf. "There's a sound," he suddenly said. Everyone in the cave froze mid-motion. Many footsteps were treading on the river pebbles, a chaotic clatter, and familiar voices, holding back a kind of excitement. "They're back," Wind Feather cried with joy. The cave erupted into a stir. Women braced against the stone walls to stand up. Old people shuffled forward. Children crawled out of the corners, their eyes gleaming frighteningly bright in the firelight. Dawnfire strode toward the cave mouth, everyone following behind him. But he quickly saw the truth. What Stone Fong carried on his shoulder wasn't a beast, but round, plump things bundled in vines. The shapes of the others' packs were wrong too. They didn't look like meat. His heart eased for a moment, then clenched hard again. "No prey, Stone Fong," he called, his voice trembling. "Where's the game?" Stone Fong dumped the pack onto the river bank, straightened up, and wiped his face. "No game." He paused, then quickly added, "But we got this." He untied the vines, revealing a pile of mud-covered, yellowish-brown tubers inside. Dead silence at the cave mouth. Greyhide pushed forward a couple of steps, her pupils shrinking sharply. She recognized the leaf fragments still clinging to them, bitter leaf. The stuff that makes you vomit the moment you eat it. Her face changed in an instant, from anticipation to fear, then to fury. "Stone Fong," she shrieked. "Have you lost your mind? That's bitter leaf. You're going to get us all killed." "It's not bitter leaf." Stone Fong's voice was even louder than hers. "It's the fruit under the bitter leaf. You can eat it." He grabbed a piece, tore off the skin, stuffed it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Then he opened his mouth to let everyone see his tongue, not the slightest sign of poisoning. "Lin Yi found this." He turned aside and made way for me. "He's a shaman's disciple. A disciple of a shaman from a great tribe." Only then did everyone's eyes fall on me. I stood at the edge of the firelight. This hide I wore, furless, with no seams. The hard shell on my feet, and that knife in my hand, gleaming with a cold light. In their eyes, these were all things only a sky god could make. Whispers swept through the crowd like wind. Dawnfire said nothing. He was studying me. He saw my hands. No calluses, no cracks, nails trimmed neatly, unlike any hands that had done labor or hunted. He also saw my eyes. No hunger in them. None of that animal desperation of someone driven to the edge by winter. Only a light that calmly observed everything around it. That light made him feel both reassured and afraid. Reassured, because I clearly wasn't an ordinary person. Afraid, because why would I come to the Fire Tribe? "You can call me Dawnfire, chief of the Fire Tribe." He spoke first, his voice recovering its steadiness, though his eyes stayed fixed on me. Inwardly, he was thinking, "Too young. This person looks under 20. My name is Lin Yi." I paused. "I'm lost. I can't get back." Dawnfire's throat bobbed as he swallowed. He glanced back at the people in the cave. Greyhide's hand had loosened its grip on the spearhead. Her eyes locked on that pile of ground beans like a drowning person staring at a piece of driftwood floating toward them. The women held their children, and the babies had stopped crying, their little mouths open, as if sniffing the faint sweet scent of ground beans in the air. Then Dawnfire turned back to face me and dropped to one knee. "The Fire Tribe has no shaman," he said, his voice low, but everyone in the cave could hear it. "After our shaman left us, we were driven here, and the tribe grew weaker and weaker. This winter, if we still have no shaman." He didn't finish. "Please stay." He lifted his head, the firelight leaping in his eye sockets. "Everyone will obey you, even if it costs us our lives." Dead silence in the cave. Everyone watched their chief kneeling so humbly, their eyes reddening, and some had already started weeping softly. To be honest, that moment felt unreal to me. I'd expected probing, tests. I never expected them to beg me to be their shaman with a gesture like this. But I quickly understood. He wasn't being generous. He was gambling, betting the entire tribe's future on this one possibility that was me. Because without the gamble, the ending was already decided. And I, in truth, needed a place to land too. Let me be clear about my situation. I had no cheat power, no system, none of that ding that pops up with quests and rewards. I was just one person with a knife and a lighter. Spend a night alone in a world like this? I'd already seen what those beasts were like. There were no antibiotics here. Cut yourself and get an infection, and it could kill you. On my own, I wouldn't last more than a few days. But becoming the shaman changed everything. It meant safety, it meant status, it meant I could mobilize these people's labor and turn the knowledge in my head into something that would keep us actually alive. I'll stay, I said, nodding. My voice wasn't loud, but the riverbank fell instantly silent, then burst into cheers. People jumped up, hugged those beside them. Children ran across the pebbles and fell, cried for a second, then laughed again. Greyhide knelt down, cupped a ground bean in both hands, pressed it to her forehead, her lips opening and closing as if murmuring to some invisible god. Looking at this crowd of sallow, gaunt people, ribs clearly showing beneath their hides, eyes burning with wild joy, I quietly let out a sigh. Eat first, I said in a low voice, trying to give my tone the authority a shaman ought to have. Roast the ground beans before eating. Roast the wolf meat too. The organs go to those who need them most. I wanted to say the old people and the children, but the words caught in my throat. In this era, the chief and the hunting men had the most important physical strength. Survival priority far outweighed morality. It was cruel, and it was reality. Before long, a broad leaf was presented in front of me and Dawnfire. On it were the wolf's heart, liver, and a length of steaming intestine. Dawnfire grabbed a piece of liver and bit in, the undercooked blood running down his chin into his collarbone. Seeing that I hadn't moved, he said, "You're the shaman. The best food goes to you." I looked at that dark red organ, a strong, rank stench rushing up, and my stomach lurched. I truly couldn't eat it. This wasn't me being fussy. The organs of wild animals very likely carried parasites, and they were probably undercooked. If I ate it, I'd be dead of diarrhea and dehydration within 3 days. I won't eat this. I refused more bluntly than I'd expected, then pointed at the ground beans by the fire. In my tribe, the shaman has rules. Some things can't be eaten, or it will anger the sky god. Dawnfire's chewing paused. He stared at my nauseated expression, curiosity in his eyes, but in the end another thought overrode it. Since I was a shaman, then a shaman's rules were the sky god's rules. Give it to Stone Fong, I said, pushing the leaf aside. He needs to build back his strength. Stone Fong froze. He took the organs, and his expression was like he'd received something more precious than food, gulping it down in big mouthfuls, blood smearing half his face. I walked over to the fire myself, picked up a ground bean with 2 twigs, and turned it at the edge of the flames. The skin roasted until it cracked, steam rising with a starchy sweetness. I peeled off the charred skin and took a bite, crisp on the outside, chewy inside, with a faint sweetness, that bit of maltose sweetness that comes from starch converting. But to me, after being hungry all day, that tiny bit of sweetness was magnified 1,000-fold. Every bite was like tasting a treasure I'd lost and found again. I looked up and found everyone around me watching me, curiosity in their eyes, and something else, the desire to learn. Roast it before eating, I said, smiling at them. It tastes better than raw, and it fills you up more easily. That night, I leaned against the cave wall, listening to the sounds of people chewing around me and the babies murmuring in their sleep, and slowly drifted off. In my heart I knew, here, in this completely unfamiliar era, without even realizing it, I had become the shaman of the fire tribe. The next day, what woke me was the sound of stones knocking together. I snapped my eyes open, not registering where I was for a moment. The morning light at the cave mouth was murky, carrying fine particles from burned vegetation. Stone Fong crouched not far off, grinding a stone spearhead, and Wind Feather sat beside him, using vines to mend a split in a hide pack. "You're up?" Stone Fong looked over. A shaman doesn't need to rise this early. It's still cold out there. I rubbed my eyes, stood up, and walked toward the cave mouth. The morning light poured in, carrying a bone-piercing chill. The scene outside stopped me in my tracks. The leaves on both sides of the valley were turning yellow, and when the wind tugged at them, a few drifted down onto the pebbles of the riverbank. The berries in the distant shrubs had already shriveled into a deep purple. Winter was truly coming. Suddenly, I understood the look in Dawn Fire's eyes the night before, that gamble of grabbing the last straw in a hopeless situation. In this world, the word winter meant death and starvation. And the Fire Tribe had been driven into this unfamiliar place, losing their hunting grounds and their shaman's knowledge along with it. They were out of time. Stone Fong. I turned and called out, my voice a little hoarse from the morning cold. Today I'm going out with you all. Stone Fong stopped what he was doing. A shaman doesn't need to go hunting. He stubbornly kept up his deference. We know now there are ground beans under the bitter leaf. We just have to go dig them. You stay in the cave and rest. It's not enough, I cut in. Just digging ground beans is nowhere near enough. If we can't find new food, you won't make it through this winter. I walked back into the cave and found Dawn Fire grinding a spearhead. I want to go out, I said directly, to find more edible things. We can't rely on ground beans alone. Dawn Fire looked up at me, his deep-set eyes full of exhaustion. He didn't ask a single extra question, just turned to Stone Fong. Stone Fong, you follow the shaman. Wherever he goes, you go. When he comes back, so do you. If he doesn't come back, he paused, then don't you come back either. The party was 6 people total, Stone Fong, Wind Feather, 3 other hunting members, and me. The moment day broke, before the morning mist had cleared, we headed upstream along the valley. The pebbles underfoot were wet and slick. Every step had to be careful. But the one slowing the party down was me. I'd take a couple of steps, then stop, part the grass by the trail, and inspect some leaf, some stem, or some berry. Shaman, shouldn't we move a little faster? Stone Fong asked, turning back. There wasn't the slightest complaint in his tone. He remembered the order, and he remembered how that bag of ground beans had been found the night before. I didn't answer, my attention entirely on a clump of shrubs. Feathery leaves, arranged in opposite pairs, edges with fine serrations, and clusters of red fruit on top. I thought I recognized this. In modern times, it was a wild fruit from the rose family, high in vitamin C, good for making jam. But this plant in front of me had leaves a size larger than in my memory, and the fruit was a darker color, almost purplish red. A variant, or something else entirely. I couldn't be sure. Not sure if it's edible. I plucked one and squeezed it. The flesh was hard, with no real scent. We'll have to wait until we catch a live animal and use it to test for poison. I stuffed the fruit into my belt pouch. Stopping and starting like this, half a day's journey dragged on until nearly noon. But not a single person complained. Wind Feather walked at the back, occasionally helping me push aside branches blocking the way. Another member, whenever I inspected a plant, would consciously position himself upwind, worried the scent might spook the prey. They didn't know what I was looking for, but they were all doing their best to cooperate. Honestly, that trust moved me a little. After all, I wasn't any shaman. I was just a college student majoring in agriculture, a modern person who'd watched too many documentaries and read too many wilderness manuals. Up ahead is where there's a lot of bitter leaf, Stone Fong suddenly said in a lowered voice, stopping. A big patch. We never dared touch it before. Ahead was a gentle slope, the soil a deep brown, soft and fertile, the fallen leaves thicker than elsewhere. Dozens of bitter leaf plants were scattered across the slope, their leaves already starting to yellow, which meant the tubers underground were nice and plump. I crouched and dug up one plant with my knife. 7 or 8 ground beans hung beneath it, even bigger than the night before, with smoother skin. A good spot. That thrill an agriculture student feels at the sight of fertile farmland surged up in me all at once. But I didn't rush to give the order to start digging. I stood up, my ears twitching. I thought I heard the sound of water. Is there a river nearby? I asked Stone Fong. He looked confused. The Fire Tribe is right by a river. We came up along it. I shook my head. I mean, is there a bigger river? The kind with lots of fish in it. Stone Fong's expression changed. He pointed east, behind the mountain. There's a big river over there. We call it Roaring Water. It roars like a beast. He paused, his tone turning cautious. Shaman, there are fish in it, but those fish jump around. There's no catching them. My eyes lit up instantly. I couldn't even be bothered with the ground beans anymore. I grabbed Stone Fong's arm. Take me there, quick. Let's go now. Stone Fong was startled, but he still led me through the shrubs and up over a low ridge. Then I saw the river. The water surface glittered like shattered silver in the sunlight. Dense shrubs grew along both banks, and a few water birds, startled by our footsteps, flapped noisily toward the far shore. And in the shallows, in the shadows at the roots of the shrubs, fish were moving. Astonishing numbers of them. Silver-gray backs flickered in and out of view beneath the water, tails flicking, stirring up small whirlpools. They were all gathered in a backwater cove where the current was slow and the bottom held fruits and insects washed down from upstream. I crouched down and dipped my hand into the water, unable to help laughing, the kind of laugh that came straight from the heart. "I need a lot of vines," I said, turning to Stone Fong. "As many as possible. And find some springy, thin branches too." The men exchanged glances, but they'd already been drilled all morning. Whatever the shaman wants, don't ask why, just go get it. Wind Feather took 2 men and ran back over the mountain to gather vines, while Stone Fong stayed to keep me company. He watched me shave willow branches with my knife on the river bank, then bend and cross them, weaving something together. "Shaman, what exactly is this?" Stone Fong finally couldn't hold back. "What are you weaving this basket for?" "It's called a fish trap," I said, not lifting my head. "It lets the fish swim in on their own, and then they can't get out." Stone Fong's brow knotted into a tight ball. He stared at that funnel-like contraption slowly taking shape and simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Fish were alive, prey of the water, something only the sky god could give or take away. How could they possibly swim into a basket by themselves? Several hours passed, and the vines and branches were all hauled back. My fingers had been cut in several places, blood seeping out. I rinsed them in the river and kept on weaving. The first fish trap was finally done. It really was ugly. The funnel mouth was crooked, the gaps were uneven, and there were several spots I'd had to reinforce by tying them down forcibly with vines. Will fish really go in there?" Wind Feather leaned in until his nose was nearly pressed against the trap wall, his face full of doubt. "You'll see once you wait," I said, in no mood to explain. I needed time. Before winter arrived, I had to stockpile enough food to keep these 35 people alive. I grabbed a few freshly dug ground beans, smashed them on the pebbles, and packed the milky flesh deep into the trap as bait. Then I tied a long vine to the top of the trap and tossed it into the cove. The splash scattered the fish, but they slowly gathered back. I set the second fish trap 10 steps upstream. There was a natural stone channel there, carved out by the water, where the fish liked to swim along the stone wall. Now all we can do is wait. I sat down on the river bank, rubbing my aching fingers. But while waiting, I didn't stay idle. I fixed my eyes on a set of tracks in the silt of the river bank. 3-toed, small, sunk half an inch into the mud. A rabbit? A wild rat. I followed them and found a patch of gnawed grass stubble, along with a few round black droppings. Immediately another good idea popped into my head: a snare trap. I needed thinner, tougher cord. I looked at a tree whose bark peeled off in long strips, walked over, cut off a long piece with my knife, and rolled it back and forth in my hands. "Come help." I called Wind Feather over and demonstrated how to twist the bark fibers into rope. The kid learned fast, his fingers nimble. His hands hadn't been completely ruined by heavy labor yet. The other 2 sat down too, and there on the river bank, the several of us twisted rope like a group of the most primitive weavers, heads down, working away. Once the rope was long enough, I started making snares, a loop, fixed with a slip knot, connected to a bent, springy branch. The branch was jammed into the ground. The loop laid flat across the path the animals had to take, then camouflaged with grass and leaves. I made 4 in one go, spread across the transition zone leading from the river bank to the shrubs. Beside each snare, I scattered a few smashed ground beans as bait. "What's this thing for catching?" Stone Fong looked at the loops, swaying gently in the wind. "Rabbits. Rabbits. Rats. Any small creature that passes through here," I said. "The moment it steps in, the branch springs, and it can't get away." Stone Fong's mouth hung slightly open. He looked at the snare, then thought of that deformed thing bobbing in the cove's waves, and common sense protested wildly in his head. This wasn't hunting at all. This was more like some kind of trickery, some kind of sorcery that made the prey deliver itself to death. But then he remembered the ground beans from the night before. "Shaman, these things, will they really work?" he asked, lowering his voice, not daring to say the second half of the sentence. I wasn't paying attention to his expression. My mind had already moved on to the next problem, the efficiency of digging ground beans. I looked at those water-smoothed round pebbles on the riverbank and suddenly crouched down and flipped over a big one. Beneath it lay a river mussel shell. The shell had rings like tree growth rings, its edge sharp, its curve just like a natural shovel. I used my knife to bore 2 holes near the top of the shell, threaded a vine through, and tied it to a straight wooden stick. A mussel shell shovel, ready. I tried digging some silt with it. The efficiency wasn't exactly high, but it beat bare hands, and the edge could cut into harder soil. With a bigger shell and a longer handle, the speed of digging ground beans could multiply several times over. Time to head back. I stood up, looking at the sun sinking to the west. We'd spent too long by the river and hadn't dug many ground beans. Just the few plants Wind, Feather, and the others had dug on the side while waiting for the traps, less than 10 pounds altogether. On the way back, Stone Fong walked beside me, glancing at me now and then. In that gaze there was curiosity, expectation, and a worry he didn't dare voice. When we reached the cave mouth, the anticipation on the faces of the crowd waiting for us quickly turned to confusion. There were too few ground beans, far fewer than the day before, a pitiful little pile in the vine bundle. Stone Fong. Don Fire walked out of the cave, his gaze moving from the pile of ground beans to my face, then to Stone Fong's. Why is it so little? Stone Fong stepped forward and reported in a low voice. Don Fire listened, his face showing little change, his gaze passing over him to land on me. I was crouched on the ground, grinding the edge of another mussel shell with a stone, my fingers wound with vine, trying to fix it into a shovel shape. So absorbed, I didn't even notice the chief watching me. There's not enough food, someone muttered. Winter's coming. The shaman is doing other things, Stone Fong said, turning back, his tone a bit hard. Don Fire raised a hand, suppressing the argument that was about to break out. He walked over to my side and looked at that half-finished mussel shell shovel. Its shape was clear, a tool more useful than a hand. What is this? He asked. It's called a shovel, I said, not stopping my work. For digging ground beans. Much faster than hands. Later we can use it to turn the earth, to plant things. Plant. Bury the ground beans in the soil. I looked up into his eyes. Next year, more ground beans will grow. Don Fire's pupils shrank sharply. He stood up and turned to the crowd. The shaman is doing what a shaman should do. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone at the cave mouth heard it. No one spoke again. That night, I didn't stop. I sat by the fire, its light throwing my shadow onto the cave wall, huge and twisted. The clamshell scraped against the stone, giving off a steady, almost hypnotic rasping sound. I lashed the shell to a handle with vines, then used my combat knife to shave down the edges of the wooden grip so it sat better in the hand. The first real clamshell shovel was done. Early the next morning, what woke me was again the sound of stone knocking against stone. My head was foggy when I opened my eyes. Out of habit, I reached out, wanting to turn on a faucet and splash water on my face, then grab an ice-cold soda from the fridge, but what my hand landed on was a rough, hard thing with an edge. I looked down at that crude clamshell shovel, stared blankly for a moment, then let out a helpless, bitter chuckle. Stone Fong was already waiting at the cave mouth, a spear over his shoulder, with Wind, Feather, and 3 other team members behind him. They looked far better than the day before. The fullness from the ground beans still lingered in their bodies, and their eyes weren't so glazed anymore. Let's go, I said, handing the clamshell shovel to Stone Fong. Today you try this first. He took it and swung it around a couple times, curious, then looked down at his own hand and at the curve of the shovel, unable to figure out how something this fragile-looking could go up against the dirt. On the way, the several of them kept muttering under their breath, the topic always circling back to yesterday's traps. Those loops made of bark, rope, and branches. Things that looked like children's play. They couldn't understand why a rabbit would step into one on its own, and even less why a fish would swim into that misshapen willow cage on its own. Mixed into that confusion was a kind of primitive awe, as if what I'd set up weren't tools, but some kind of spell only a shaman could understand. Shaman, those things, will there really be rabbits? Wind, Feather finally couldn't hold it in. You'll know when we get there. Same thing I always said. We first reached the patch of riverbank brush where I'd set the snares. At the first trap, the springy branch had already snapped straight, the noose yanked out of shape. On the ground were scattered claw prints and a few tufts of gray fur, the dirt gouged into a shallow furrow by the back kicks of the animal's feet. The rabbit had gotten away. The noose hadn't fully tightened, or the thing had wrenched free at the last second. "It got away," someone called out in disappointment. But Stone Fong's eyes lit up. He crouched down, ran his fingers over those claw marks, then pinched up that tuft of rabbit fur and held it to his nose to sniff. "It really works." His voice carried an almost fevered excitement. "This thing really can hold a rabbit. If the first one had just barely missed, then what about the rest?" They practically jogged toward the second trap. Before they'd even gotten close, Wind Feather shouted, "There's one." A gray-brown wild rabbit lay beside the noose, its neck strangled out of shape, tongue hanging out, body already stiff. The grass around it had been kicked apart, but that noose knot hadn't budged an inch. Stone Fong reached out to lift it, and when his fingers touched the rabbit's fur, they were actually trembling a little. He looked up at me, his eyes full of reverence. The third trap was empty, but the fourth gave them an even bigger shock. That rabbit was still alive. It had been caught by a hind leg and dangled upside down from the sprung branch, its whole body hanging in midair, its back legs frantically twisting and kicking, letting out a desperate, thin whimper. The branch bounced up and down with its struggles, but the rope only cinched tighter. It couldn't get free at all. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. Wind Feather's mouth hung open and wouldn't close. The other three team members looked at one another, their eyes carrying the blank daze of a worldview being smashed to pieces. In their understanding, hunting was about chasing, a contest of strength and speed. But what was before them now? A rabbit leaping into a rope loop on its own, then being hung in the air. This bizarre way of catching prey exceeded all their experience. "Is this the knowledge of the gods?" one team member said, his voice shaking. "Is it the shaman's magic?" another asked. Stone Fong didn't speak. He stepped forward, grabbed the live rabbit by the back of the neck, and freed it from the noose, the rabbit still kicking in his hand. Without hesitation, he bound its four legs with vines, then carried the rabbit over to me, his movements as solemn as an offering. "Bring it. We're going to the river," I said, keeping my tone as calm as I could, as if all of this were exactly what I'd expected. In truth, I was relieved inside, too. In a place this rich in plant life, with animals that had so little wariness, the snares worked even better than I'd anticipated. When we reached the river, the morning fog was even thicker than in the valley, but you could make out the outline of the fish traps bobbing in the cove. I waded in, the icy river water rising over my ankles, cold enough to make me shiver. The moment I lifted the first fish trap, a violent thrashing came from inside. 3 big fish. Silver-gray river fish slammed madly against the willow strips in the cramped cage, scales flashing in the morning light, water droplets spraying everywhere. Each one weighed 7 or 8 pounds, its plump body nearly filling the whole trap. Beside them, a few palm-sized little fish darted through the gaps. The second fish trap was just as astonishing, 2 big fish, plus a heap of small ones. When I turned the fish trap upside down on the riverbank, and those fish flopped and slapped among the pebbles, crackling and splattering all over, the crowd behind me fell into dead silence once again. Then Wind Feather let out a strange cry, shouting in wild joy. "Fish! So many fish! We've never seen this many fish all at once." But Stone Fong's expression had turned complicated. He stared at those fish dying on the pebbles, a shadow flickering through his eyes. "There used to be someone who, to catch fish," he said, his voice sounding as if it were being squeezed out from deep in his throat, "walked into the deep water and got swept away and never came back up. After that, we never dared to go near the middle of the river again." I was quiet for a moment, looking toward the deep part of the river. There the current ran fast, and beneath the surface there might be hidden rocks and whirlpools. For primitive people who couldn't swim, who could manage a few dog paddles at best, this river truly was a man-eating beast. "From now on you won't have to go into the water to catch fish," I said. "The fish traps are enough." One of the older team members suddenly started laughing, an almost foolish laugh, dizzy with overwhelming happiness. "If we use these traps to catch fish every day, Then won't we have more than we can eat for the rest of our lives? Meat every day. I shook my head, and as I threaded a vine through the fish gills to string them together, I said, food rots, fish especially. In hot weather it stinks within a day. Eat something spoiled and your stomach hurts. If it's bad enough, it kills you. I paused and looked at Stone Fong. Haven't you all eaten meat that had gone bad and stunk before? And then someone's stomach hurt, they ran a fever, and finally. Stone Fong's expression froze, and he slowly nodded. Before winter we stored meat, hid it in the cave, and later. He didn't go on. But everyone knew that ending. So, we need salt, I said. Meat cured with salt keeps a long time without spoiling. Without salt, at the very least we have to smoke it, bake the moisture out of the meat, and it'll keep a while longer. Salt. Stone Fong frowned. The Blackwater tribe has salt. A little black-gray lump, and it can trade for a good hide. It's expensive. We can't afford it. Something clicked in my mind. Black-gray meant lots of impurities, but it was salt for sure. Could there be a salt deposit somewhere nearby? This was important, too important. Salt wasn't just a necessity for preserving food. It was the key to maintaining the body's electrolyte balance. Through a winter long on hunger and short on meat and fat, a little salt might save lives even more than the food itself. I understand, I said, handing the strung fish over for Stone Fong to carry. When we get the chance, we'll go take a look at the Blackwater tribe. Next, I taught them how to set bait. Having Wind Feather and the others go dig up ground beans, mash the flesh and stuff it deep into the fish traps, and scatter it beside the snares. Seeing the hesitant looks on their faces, I explained, this isn't wasteful. Use a few ground beans to trade for fish and rabbits. How good a deal is that? They half understood, but did it anyway, running eagerly toward the patch by Bitterleaf Spot and digging up the dirt with their hands. The movement was clumsy and slow, and the cracks under their nails quickly filled with soil. I called Stone Fong over. Try the clamshell shovel I gave you. I pointed to a spot where the ground beans grew thick. Following my instructions, Stone Fong drove the blade into the dirt, stepped on the top of the wooden handle to press it down, then twisted his wrist, and a whole clump of earth, wrapped in roots, was pried up. Hanging beneath it was a string of plump ground beans, far faster than digging by hand. Stone Fong froze. He looked down at the shovel, then at the overturned earth, and the confusion on his face turned to astonishment. He tried again, this time smoother. One thrust, and the dirt split open like sliced tofu. The roots of the ground beans laid completely bare. This, he murmured. This is so much faster than by hand. That's the power of tools, I said. A good shovel lets one man do the work of several. If we make a few more, we could dig ground beans several times faster. The more Stone Fong used it, the smoother he got, the blade flying, dirt overturned in whole sheets. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but his movements only got faster, a near-worshipful light burning in his eyes. I stood off to the side watching, but in my mind I was working out something else. A man in his prime like this was the most precious labor the tribe had. Using him to dig ground beans was a waste. Digging ground beans didn't take much strength. It took patience and care, and could perfectly well be handed off to the women and children. But when I said this idea to Stone Fong, his movements stopped at once. No good. He shook his head, his tone heavy and beyond question. There are wild beasts near the tribe, and more importantly, there are other tribes. If the stone axe people saw our women and children out alone. He didn't finish, but the shadow in his eyes said it all. So we can only let them work near the caves, he said quietly. I nodded, filing that limitation away in my mind. The safety radius. This was the core constraint on how labor got allocated in primitive society. It wasn't that I didn't want to free up productivity. It was that the price of doing so might be actual human lives. Without walls, without enough grown men to guard them, the women and children truly couldn't stray far from the settlement. I'll find a way to solve this problem later, I said. While Stone Fong and the others kept digging ground beans, I started searching nearby, my eyes sweeping over the riverbank vegetation, looking for anything familiar that might be useful. Then I smelled something. Spicy, sharp, seeping up from deep in the soil. My heartbeat instantly quickened. I followed the smell, and behind a clump of half-withered Kogong grass, I found several upright plants. The stalks were purplish-red, the leaves lance-shaped with smooth edges. I crouched and carefully dug open the base with my combat knife, and what was revealed underneath nearly made me cry out. Ginger. Not the fat rhizomes of the modern kind. This one was thinner and longer, its skin yellowish-brown, the segments distinct. But the instant I cut it open, that nose-burning pungent smell, no doubt about it, it was ginger. I sliced off a small piece, walked over to the bound rabbit, and held it up to its mouth. The rabbit sniffed, then started gnawing. I crouched beside it and stared at it hard for 10 minutes. The rabbit didn't throw up, didn't convulse, and showed none of that listless, drooping look of poisoning. If anything, having something to chew perked it up a bit. Only then did I pick up a small piece myself. First I smelled it. The heat shot straight to the crown of my head. Then I touched it with the tip of my tongue. A strong ginger flavor exploded in my mouth, carrying a burning warmth. It was ginger. Spicier than the cultivated modern kind, with coarser fibers, but ginger for certain. What did ginger mean in this world? Seasoning to cut the fishy taste, able to turn things hard to swallow into something palatable, warding off cold, able to prevent winter colds and diarrhea, and most importantly, it boosted blood circulation. Through days long on hunger and cold, a bowl of ginger broth might be the difference between life and death. I dug up a dozen or so pieces, bound them into a small bundle with vine, and hung them at my waist. Then my gaze turned to that patch of ground being dug over. The ground bean plants had thinned out a lot. 2 days of digging had left the slope pocked with holes. I made a rough estimate. At this rate, another 2 or 3 rounds, and this patch of ground beans would be picked clean. I stopped and frowned. Ground beans were tubers. They could be planted. But if we dug them all up and ate them, come next spring there'd be nothing left here at all. I had to keep seed. Pick the plumpest, healthiest tubers, store them properly before winter ended, and plant them in the soil once the warm days of spring returned. That was the road to surviving long-term, not sweeping everything in sight clean like locusts. I walked over and pressed my hand down on Stone Fong's, stopping his shovel. We've dug enough today. We have to leave some of this ground bean patch. Stone Fong looked confused. Leave some? Why? Winter's not even here yet, and we don't have enough food. Leave some for seed. I cut in. Bury them in the soil, and next spring more ground beans will grow. Stone Fong's hand froze in midair. He looked down at the ground beans scattered among the clods of earth, straining to understand those 2 words, planting. In his world, food was something you found, something you hunted, something the heavens granted. Bury food in the soil and let it multiply on its own. It sounded even more unbelievable than the traps and the fish cages, downright witchcraft. But the knowledge-based certainty in my eyes left him no way to argue. We'll do as the shaman says. In the end, he set down the shovel. The sun climbed to the top of the sky and the fog burned off. We headed back with 2 rabbits, a string of fish, and several pouches full of ground beans. Stone Fong walked at the front, a spear over his shoulder, still gripping that clamshell shovel tightly in his hand like a scepter. Wind, Feather, and the others carried the fish, glancing down now and then at those still faintly opening and closing fish mouths, the smiles never leaving their faces. I walked in the middle of the group, the bundle of ginger hanging at my waist, a seed ground bean pinched in my hand. I glanced back at that slope and that river, then looked toward the distant mountains, that patch of shadow where the Stone Axe tribe might roam. I knew this was only the beginning of the Fire tribe's transformation. Meanwhile, back at the cave, Dawnfire stood on a jutting rock at the cave mouth. He gazed at the withered yellow slope across the valley, the morning wind sweeping over the ridge carrying a dry chill, whipping his animal hide cloak so it snapped and flapped. He wanted to go out. The thought coiled in his head every day like a venomous snake. He wanted to pick up a wooden spear and go out with a hunting party. But the Fire tribe was too weak. And the valley was never short of wild beasts. Wolves, those gray-brown ghosts of hunger, loved to patrol human dwellings in the daytime, singling out children who'd wandered off alone. Last month, the roars of the Stone Axe tribe had even carried from far off. They hadn't come over, but the threat could fall at any moment. Dawnfire clenched his fists. He hated this powerlessness, hated that all he could do was watch winter close in and watch the people of the tribe grow thinner by the day. Just then, footsteps came from far off. Many footsteps, treading on the riverbank pebbles, the sound light enough to be almost skipping. He whipped his head around, his hand already reaching for the stone axe wedged in the cave wall crack. But then he heard talking. It was Wind Feather's voice, so smug he couldn't hold it back. "We're back. Come out and look, quick." Dawnfire jumped down from the rock, too fast, and his vision blacked out for a moment. He steadied himself against the cave wall, waited for the dizziness to pass, then strode toward the riverbank. The people in the cave heard the commotion too. Greyhide poked her head out first, and then everyone came pouring out. And then they all froze. I walked in the middle of the group, a string of fish threaded on vine over my shoulder, the silver-gray bodies glistening wet in the sunlight. Stonefang carried 2 rabbits in his hands, one dead, one still bound by the hind legs, kicking uselessly. Wind Feather and the others carried several pouches full of ground beans, and on their faces was an excitement they couldn't hide, dying to show off. "Fish." Greyhide's voice was very soft. "Are those fish from the river?" No one answered her. Everyone's eyes were nailed to that string of fish. The word fish carried an almost taboo weight for the people of the Fire Tribe. 3 years ago, a man had walked into the deep water in the middle of the river to catch fish, been swept away by a whirlpool, and never came back up. The next day, people found his corpse downstream, his belly bloated like a drumskin, his eyes full of silt. After that, no one dared go near this river again. But now, over my shoulder hung at least 6 or 7 fish, the biggest one 7 or 8 pounds, its gills still faintly opening and closing. "Rabbit," a child shouted, pointing at the gray-brown ball of fur still moving in Stonefang's hand. "It's alive. It's a live rabbit." The riverbank erupted. People crowded around, yet didn't dare get too close, as if the fish and rabbits were something too sacred to touch. Wind Feather dumped the ground beans on the ground, snatched the live rabbit from Stonefang's hand, and held it high over his head like a battle flag. "The shaman made this," he announced loudly, his voice echoing through the valley. "The shaman made it with the knowledge of the gods. Those cages you put in the river, those rope loops you put on the ground, the rabbits jump in on their own, the fish swim in on their own. We didn't do anything, and they delivered themselves to our door." The crowd sucked in a breath. Greyhide took a step back and nearly tripped over the pebbles. An old man knelt down, not to Wind Feather, but to me. His lips trembled, and he let out a slurred, almost sobbing prayer. I set the fish down off my shoulder, straightened up, and looked at all those shocked, fevered faces around me. I knew that at a moment like this, explaining elastic potential energy to them would be pointless. In this world, the knowledge of the gods was the most useful protective charm there was. "This is knowledge the gods taught me." I began calmly, my gaze sweeping over the crowd. "These fish traps and snares aren't hard to make. I can teach them to the women and old people of the tribe. Teach them to weave cages, twist rope, and set snares. The men will go farther out, set more traps, and gather more food. That way, we'll have enough food to get through winter." The riverbank went still for a moment. Then, as if pushed by some invisible force, the kneeling old man bowed low, his forehead touching the ground with a dull thud. Then came Greyhide, her knees striking the pebbles. Then the women, kneeling down holding their children, the children's heads pressed by their mothers, bumping dazedly against the riverbank. Last were the men in their prime. They looked at one another, and one after another knelt down. "The gods," someone murmured. "The shaman." I watched this scene, frowned, and stepped forward to help up the old man nearest me. "Get up. The gods don't need people to kneel and kowtow." I raised my voice. "The gods only want everyone to do their work well, fill their bellies, and raise their children. Kneeling is useless. Working is what counts." The old man lifted his head, his cloudy eyes full of tears, straining to understand my words. I helped Greyhide up too, then waved my hand at the crowd. "Now we start distributing food. Today, everyone eats their fill." The crowd slowly stood. But the awe didn't fade. If anything, it grew thicker. In the way they looked at me, besides the awe, there was now something new, gratitude, and an almost fanatical loyalty. The distribution began. I stopped a woman heading for the live rabbit. "Eat the dead one first." I pointed at the already stiff rabbit in Stonefang's hand. "Tie the live one up. Keep it in the cave for now." No one objected. The dead rabbit was quickly skinned and set over the fire. I picked out a medium-sized fish, walked to the other side of the fire, and used my combat knife to scrape up against the scales from the tail. Silver scales fell like snowflakes, revealing the firm pink flesh beneath. I slit open the belly with the knife tip, reached in and gave a gentle flick, and hooked out a mass of dark red, foul-smelling innards. Carefully avoiding the gallbladder, I threw the guts aside, then used the back of the knife to scrape off that layer of black membrane in the belly cavity, the part with the strongest fishy smell. The people around me stopped chewing and watched me curiously. Someone muttered under their breath, "Why throw away the innards? Those are good stuff." Another chimed in, "Yeah, the innards are the fattiest part." I didn't explain. I took out the ginger I'd dug up by the river, mashed it with a clean stone, and smeared the ginger paste evenly inside and outside the fish belly. The spicy aroma spread at once, immediately overpowering that fishy smell. Then I found a straight branch about as thick as a thumb, pushed it through the fish's mouth, propped it between two stones beside the fire, and began slowly turning it to roast. Fat dripped onto the flames, sizzling, sending up clusters of tiny sparks. The ginger's spiciness underwent a wonderful change in the heat, from sharp to mellow, from spicy to warm, seeping into the fish flesh inch by inch. The fish skin slowly shrank, turned golden, then crisp and charred, giving off a crackling sound that made your mouth water. The flesh went from pink to milky white, then to a faint gold. The fat between the fibers roasted out to form a glistening, translucent sheen on the surface. That meal, I got sick of it halfway through. Roasted fish without salt was greasy enough to unsettle you. The ginger's spiciness could cover the fishy smell, but it couldn't cover that pure animal fat taste. I pushed the remaining half of the fish, along with the untouched rabbit leg, all over to Dawn Fire, Stone Fong, and Wind Feather. "You all try it." Dawn Fire hesitantly took the fish I'd specially prepared, staring at that golden charred crust on its belly. He tore off a piece and put it in his mouth, and halfway through chewing, he suddenly stopped. His eyes shot wide open. After swallowing, he didn't rush to take a second bite. Instead, he sat there stunned, his voice unsteady. This is the taste of fish?" Stone Fong's reaction was more direct, a low growl, and he tore into it wildly, chewing up and swallowing even the crisp, charred skin. Wind Feather nodded as he chewed, broth hanging at the corner of his mouth, shouting indistinctly, "Delicious! This is nothing like the stuff we roast." Of course it wasn't. They'd spent their whole lives eating roasted fish with the scales, the guts, and the gallbladder. That wasn't eating a meal. That was stuffing things into your belly just to stay alive. "It's because I used this." I held up the piece of ginger. "It cuts the fishy taste, and it can treat illness too. Chilled, diarrhea, fever. Just boil it in water and drink it." I passed the ginger around. A child scraped off a bit of the ginger skin and licked it, and the spice made him stick out his tongue, then grin, showing his gapped teeth. "From now on, if you find any plant or stone you haven't seen before, bring it to me to look at," I said. "It just might be the next treasure that keeps everyone alive." That night, for the first time, the children didn't cry in the middle of the night. They curled up in their mother's arms and slept deep and sweet. It was the fullest meal they'd had in their lives. And I sat by the edge of the fire, watching this primitive celebration, but in my mind, I was working out something else. Roasted fish was too greasy, the yield too low. If I could boil a pot of soup, the whole fish in the water, with ginger and wild greens added, then you could drink the broth, eat the meat, and gnaw the bones. That would be putting things to full use. And boiling water before drinking it. In a world where diarrhea and parasites could silently kill you, a bowl of cooled boiled water was more useful than any herb. But all I had on hand was a clamshell I was using as a shovel. I needed pottery. Until then, I'd have to find a bigger natural container to make do. Early the next morning, I did my first heretical thing. I forced the whole clan to eat breakfast. The Fire Tribe's old rule was not to eat in the morning, saving the food for midday and evening when the physical exertion was greatest. I didn't care about that. You must eat in the morning. Everyone gets some roasted ground beans. Eat first, then head out. Everyone hesitated and looked toward Dawn Fire. He nodded, and no one objected anymore. On the way to the riverbank, I deliberately hung back at the rear of the group, my eyes sifting over the roadside vegetation like a sieve. blue berries clinging to the rocks, shrubs with yellow flowers on the sunny slopes. I collected a sample of each, wrapped them up, and tucked them at my waist. Wind Feather came over, swallowing his saliva. "Shaman, can't we eat these berries?" "Not sure yet." I wrapped the berries up tight. "We'll feed them to the rabbits first when we get back. Only if the rabbits are fine do we dare try them." I didn't dare gamble. These things looked like species I recognized, but everywhere there was the strange air of mutation. In a place with no serum and no way to pump a stomach, one wrong poison test meant death. At the riverbank, the haul was even bigger than the day before. The fish traps were stuffed full of fish, one big black-backed brood, slapping its tail so hard the willow strips thumped. The snares had Wind Feather even more excited. One had actually caught a plump wild pheasant, its feathers a riot of colors, hanging upside down from a branch and flapping furiously. "This thing can even catch birds." Wind Feather's face was full of disbelief. "As long as it walks, it'll step into the loop." I jumped down from the high rock. "Gather up more clamshells, the bigger the better." In the end, we found a river mussel the size of a wash basin, its shell thick as a slab of stone. I hefted it, and my heart leaped. This was the one. Back at the cave, the sun was still high overhead. Seeing that string of fish and the colorful wild pheasant, the whole clan burst out cheering. I set the big clamshell on a flat stone and cleared my throat. Everyone went quiet and watched me. "From today on, try to boil your water, let it cool, and then drink it." A low murmur rose from the crowd. Greyhide frowned. "Shaman, water is water. Why boil it?" I couldn't explain bacteria and parasites to them, so I had to put it another way. "The gods told me there are invisible evil things in the water. Drink them into your belly and you'll get diarrhea, even die." I pointed at my stomach. "When you used to drink raw water from the river, didn't your stomachs often hurt?" They looked at one another, all nodding. "That's the evil in the water at work. Boil it and they die." Next, I was going to show them something real. I propped the clamshell up on 2 stones and set red-hot charcoal underneath. A clamshell can't go directly over an open flame. It'll crack the moment it's fired, so it had to be heated indirectly. I poured settled river water into the shell, and once the water heated up, I dropped in the diced rabbit meat, sizzling and giving off oil, then added the mashed ginger. The spicy aroma exploded through the cave with a whoosh, scattering even that damp, musty smell. I tossed in the wild greens I'd gathered during the day, along with mashed ground beans. Everything tumbled and blended together in the clamshell, the fat and ginger juice seeping into every piece of meat. I stirred slowly with a wooden stick, watching the broth turn from gray-white to golden, until finally a glossy sheen of oil floated on top. "It's ready." Wind Feather was the first to lean in. The stuff was gooey, and honestly its appearance wasn't much, but he blew on it and put it in his mouth, and his eyes instantly went round. "Delicious. This is even better than the roasted one." Dawnfire got a full spoonful and cautiously tasted it. His chewing slowed down, not because it tasted bad, but because it tasted so good he couldn't bear to swallow. Greyhide got a spoonful too. She cupped the wooden spoon in those deformed fingers of hers and sipped, one small mouthful at a time, her eyes slowly reddening. To her, this was more than just a meal. She was old, her hands crippled, and she'd long been pushed to the margins of the tribe. But right now, she was eating the same as everyone else, more, even. After the meal, I didn't rest. I had Greyhide and the others spread vines out beside the fire, and I began teaching them to weave fish traps. I wove very slowly, breaking down every step to demonstrate. Greyhide sat at the very front, her eyes fixed on my hands without a single blink. When I handed the half-woven trap to the group, she didn't take it. Instead, she quietly picked up willow strips and started weaving on her own. At first it was awkward, but a few minutes later her fingers suddenly turned fluid. The fish trap she wove was even finer than mine, the gaps even, the funnel curve fitting perfectly, even the closing knot tied tighter. I stopped what I was doing and stared, stunned. "Impressive. You weave better than I do." Greyhide lifted her head, a flash of pride in her eyes, and hugged the fish trap tightly to her chest. "From now on, you take charge of the fish trap, work with them," I announced in front of everyone. "As a reward, Greyhide gets an extra portion of food every day. The traps she weaves will let us catch more fish. She's worth the reward." No one objected. Greyhide's fingers were trembling. I turned to the men. From now on, you won't have to risk your lives in the water. Just drop the fish traps and bait into the river and come collect them the next day. The men catch fish, the women weave traps, the old people teach the children to twist rope. Everyone has work, and everyone can eat their fill. The cave went quiet for an instant, then burst into a chorus of hopeful agreement. Those 2 days were the most solid, settled days I'd had since crossing over into this world. I thought life would keep going down this road, getting a little better bit by bit. Until the third morning, when Windfeather came stumbling and scrambling back into the cave. The fog hadn't lifted that day. It had been Rawhide, Stoneclaw, and Windfeather, the three of them, who'd gone to the river to collect the traps. On the way, they were still excitedly going on about me, saying I must have been sent by the gods, saying the sling. No, saying that the moment the fish traps dropped into the water, the fish swam right in on their own, saying that from now on the Fire Tribe would be even mightier than the Blackwater Tribe. They went to the snares first, collected 2 rabbits, then found a plump wild pheasant, its neck strangled, its body still warm. Our luck's really good today. Windfeather lunged forward, his hand just pressing down on the pheasant. In the brush not far off, there was a crack. A dead branch snapped under something heavy. Windfeather slowly lifted his head. The brush was shoved roughly aside, and 6 burly men walked out. The animal hides they wore were far more intact than the Fire Tribe's, looking like the pelts of some kind of large beast, radiating a ferocity. And in each of their hands was gripped a stone axe, the blades pitch black, ground razor sharp, glinting cold in the morning light. The one at the front was especially tall, an old scar cutting across his face, running from the brow bone all the way down to the cheek. Windfeather's blood ran cold. He recognized that scar, Blackthorn, the younger brother of the Stone Axe Tribe's chief, the notorious raider from the other side of the mountain. Last winter, it was this very man who'd led people to steal the Fire Tribe's kills. Blackthorn stared at the pheasant in Windfeather's hand, greed lighting up his eyes. Fire Tribe people, bold of you, daring to hunt on our turf. This isn't your turf. Windfeather's voice trembled beyond his control. We've always hunted on this side. This is the Fire Tribe's ground. Blackthorn let out a sneer, raised his stone axe, and swept it through the air in an arc, stopping it a mere inch from the tip of Windfeather's nose. Whoever's got the harder fist, the land is theirs. He tilted his head, the scar twisting on his face. Put down the kills and get back where you came from. Otherwise, behind him the 5 burly men stepped forward at once, their stone axes raised, ready to chop, ready to smash. 3 men against 6 on the other side. Wooden spears against stone axes. Suddenly the words I'd said the day before rang out in Windfeather's mind. If you run into danger, don't worry about the kills at your side. Your life matters more than anything, and getting back alive is what counts most. He gritted his teeth and slowly loosened his fingers. The pheasant hit the ground with a dull thud. Rawhide and Stoneclaw exchanged a glance and silently set down the rabbits too. Let's go, Windfeather said quietly, his voice full of humiliation. The 3 of them backed out of the encirclement step by step, then turned and hurried away. Behind them came Blackthorn's wild, arrogant laughter, grinding at their ears like sandpaper. Fire Tribe trash. Can't even hold on to a few rabbits. Windfeather didn't look back, his fists clenched so tight his nails dug into his palms. When he finished telling this, the whole cave instantly exploded. Several men in their prime grabbed wooden spears, eyes bloodshot, roaring that they'd charge over and fight to the death. The children were so frightened they shrank into the corners, and the babies wailed. Quiet. My voice wasn't loud, but it pressed down all the commotion. I walked out from the depths of the cave, still holding that clamshell shovel. There was no anger on my face, only a near-cold calm. The kills are gone. We can catch more, I said, sweeping my eyes over those agitated faces. But once a man is dead, he can't come back to life. Windfeather did the right thing. But a man in his prime charged a step forward, his face flushed red. They've pushed us too far. Those were kills from our traps. So we charge over there, 3 wooden spears against 6 stone axes? I shot back without mercy. And then throw away a few more lives, and let the women and children in the cave starve to death this winter? The man froze, his wooden spear slowly drooping down. I looked at Dawnfire. He stood off to the side, the muscles in his face pulled taut, but in his eyes there was a suppressed agreement. As chief, he knew better than anyone that the fire tribe couldn't afford any loss right now. And besides, I shifted the subject. We have something more deadly to deal with now. To the north, a bear has been spotted. The cave went instantly dead silent, followed by a wave of sharp, indrawn breaths. In this world, a bear was a walking killing machine. One swipe could crush a man's skull. One roar could scatter an entire forest of wildlife. If it caught a scent and made its way to the cave, that was 100 times worse than the threat of the Stone Axe tribe, straight up. Where's the bear? Dawnfire's voice was hoarse. The one who'd brought the news was a young woman, her voice still shaking. North, over the low slope, in the pine woods. I saw it digging up an ant nest, brown-colored. I weighed it quickly in my mind. The Stone Axe tribe was a chronic illness. It could be put off. The bear was an acute one. It had to be treated at once. The bear has to be killed, or sooner or later it'll come our way, I said in a low, firm voice. But we don't fight it head-on. I set the clamshell shovel down on the ground. We dig a deep pit, cover the top with branches and leaves, lure it in, and then finish it off from above the pit with stone spears. Everyone was half doubtful, but the shaman's word was a command. I picked up a vine and hefted it in my hand. Also, I'm going to teach you something new. This thing throws much farther than a spear. I had Wind Feather gather a pile of fist-sized pebbles and found a few sturdy branches with forks. I tied one end of a vine to the fork and stitched a small hide pouch on the other end that could cradle a stone. This is called a sling. I picked up a pebble, put it in the hide pouch, and swung it for the first time. The vine cut through an arc, but the stone slipped out too early and flew crooked, smacking into the ground a dozen meters away. Someone below muttered under their breath and was immediately hushed by the person beside them. I kept my face blank, adjusted my grip so the pouch of the sling opened slightly upward, and swung a second time. This time it flew clean. The stone shot out more than 20 meters and slammed into the bushes, making them thrash wildly. Then I took a deep breath, turned my body slightly, and let my arm drive the sling into a spinning motion, faster and faster. The pebble in the pouch pressed tight against the leather, held there by the spinning force. At the highest point, I snapped my wrist and let go with my fingers. The pebble turned into a gray blur and shot straight toward the riverbank more than 40 meters away. Crack! It struck the boulder, big as a millstone, and chips sprayed out like hail. A shallow crater appeared on its surface, white stone dust drifting down. Inside the cave, dead silence. Featherwind stood there with his mouth hanging open, forgetting to close it. Stonefang's wooden spear dropped from his hand with a clatter, and he didn't even notice. Even Dawnfire, who had seen his share of life and death, froze on the spot, his pupils shrinking. That boulder, the strongest man in the tribe could swing a stone axe at it with all his might and only leave a white scratch. And yet their shaman, standing 40 paces away, gave a light swing and knocked out a crater. I held the sling out to Stonefang. First throw with your hand, then try it with this. Stonefang took it hesitantly. He picked up a pebble, set himself in what he thought was his most powerful stance, twisted his waist, and hurled his right arm forward. The stone tumbled through the air and landed 20-some meters out, rolled twice, and stopped weakly. He frowned. He was the leader of the hunting party, one of the strongest men in the fire tribe. Now use this. I stepped up and helped him fix his grip, teaching him to feel that trembling, about to break loose moment when the spinning force built to its peak. Let it fly out on its own. Don't rush to release. Stonefang dropped low and started the sling spinning with his arm. The vine hummed with a low whir, spinning faster and faster. At the highest point, he snapped his hand open. A shriek tore through the air, and the pebble sailed past 40 meters, smacking into a tree trunk on the riverbank with a thwack. Bark exploded, splinters flew, and the whole tree shook. Stonefang stood there stunned. He looked down at his own hand, then up at the tree, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. Same stone, same strength. Just a vine and a leather pouch, and the whole world had changed. Featherwind tried it too. He wasn't as strong. His first throw only went a dozen meters. But once he got the trick of it, the stone flew nearly 35 meters and struck a rock dead center. He jumped up in excitement, waving the sling and shouting, This goes way farther than throwing a spear. Everyone crowded around and took turns trying. Every comparison hammered home one cruel truth. Throwing by hand could never beat the sling. They didn't understand how a single vine could make a stone fly so far. They simply took it as a god's secret art, the power of the shaman. "I'll teach this to every one of you," I said, cutting through their excitement. "If you can swing your arm, you can learn it. From now on, when danger comes, you won't have to charge in and fight for your lives with wooden spears. You can stand on high ground far away and knock the enemy down." The cave erupted again. Even a few of the older women were staring hungrily at that sling, a longing burning in their eyes like nothing they'd ever felt before. "But we still have to practice," I said, raising my hand. "We can throw far now, but our aim isn't good enough. What we'll be hitting is moving people, running beasts." Everyone nodded, and the excitement on their faces slowly turned to seriousness. I walked to the cave mouth and looked out at the darkening sky. In my mind, I was already sketching out the next thing. The sling was a good weapon, but attacking couldn't solve everything. The Stone Axe tribe had sharp stone axes. Once they closed in, the sling's advantage would vanish completely. I needed shields. Round discs woven from tough vines, with a wooden frame set in the middle, able to block a stone axe's chop, yet light enough to carry. With the sling and vine shields, the fire tribe would finally have a real skeleton for both attack and defense. And while I was working all this out, on the other side of two mountain ridges, in the Stone Axe tribe, Blackthorn sat on a rock, tearing at a piece of roasted wild boar. Grease ran down his chin and into the animal fur on his chest. The wild chicken and rabbit they'd stolen had long since been gnawed clean, even the marrow sucked dry. On the way back, they'd gotten lucky and caught a lone piglet. 6 of them surrounded it, hacking away, and turned it into tonight's main meal. Those useless fire tribe scum. Blackthorn shoved a greasy strip of pork skin into his mouth, chewing loudly. I told them to put it down, and they put it down. Didn't dare make a peep. Laughter broke out all around. Someone hunched their back dramatically, mimicking the way the fire tribe people had cringed and hung their heads when they set down their catch, then covered his head and pretended to scurry off like a rat. The others doubled over laughing. "We'll go swing by there again tomorrow," Blackthorn said, tearing off a leg and taking a savage bite. "Those fire tribe fools are probably still crying. When you see them, keep taking their stuff. They don't dare fight back anyway." What he didn't know was that on this very night, while he laughed, the fire tribe on the other side of the mountain was no longer the fire tribe of yesterday. The next morning, before the fog had cleared, Blackthorn set out with 5 men, deliberately veering toward the fire tribe's river valley. This wasn't hunting anymore. It was raw humiliation of a weaker tribe. They quickly spotted their targets. By the riverbank, 3 fire tribe men were checking traps, one of them holding a gray rabbit. Blackthorn's eyes lit up immediately. He strode out of the bushes, his voice loud and arrogant, a cat toying with a mouse smirk on his face. "You again? What good stuff did you bring today? Put down the rabbit, and everything on your backs. Put it all down too." The 5 brawny men behind Blackthorn walked out as well, stone axes on their shoulders, the blades gleaming cold. Just like yesterday, 6 against 3, with the advantage in numbers and strength. Blackthorn was already calculating what else he could squeeze out of these weaklings besides the rabbit. But this time, Featherwind and the other 2 didn't move. Their faces didn't go pale like yesterday. They didn't back away, and they didn't put down the rabbit. They just calmly turned around and looked at Blackthorn. There was even something in their eyes that looked like pity. Blackthorn frowned. That look made his whole body uneasy, like a hunter watching a foolish beast about to step into a trap. Then, behind them, the bushes rustled loudly. 3 figures leaped out from behind, fanning out, each gripping a forked branch, vines swaying gently in the air. Together with the 3 in front, that made 6. Blackthorn's heart lurched, but then his scorn returned. His men were taller, stronger, their stone axes sharper. What could those few pathetic sticks do? "What?" he sneered, raising his stone axe. "Numbers matter now. Those wooden sticks of yours can block my axe." The fire tribe men didn't say a word. They raised their arms and began swinging the branches. The vines carved circle after circle in the air, letting out a low whir. Blackthorn stared, squinting, trying to figure out what trick they were playing. But his instincts moved faster than his mind. The hair on the back of his neck stood straight up. Get them. He'd barely gotten one word out before he was cut off. Two pebbles came at the same time from the air, screaming like ripping cloth. Blackthorn had no time to react. He only saw two gray blurs, and then came a muffled crunch at his left collarbone. Bam! Pain like lightning exploded from his shoulder and swept across half his body in an instant. He screamed, staggered back, and nearly lost his grip on his axe. At almost the same moment, one of his companions on the right began howling too. His thigh had been struck by another stone, the bone giving a sharp crack under the strain. The man toppled straight to the ground like a felled tree. Blackthorn clutched his shoulder, the pain blackening his vision. Before he could even rage, before he could figure out where the attack was coming from, he saw the men across from them raise their arms again. Fear, like icy water, instantly doused all his arrogance. "Run!" he shrieked, his voice cracking. The Stone Axe tribe completely fell apart. They dropped everything and turned to flee. Dignity, prey, none of it meant anything in the face of this death screaming down from the sky. Blackthorn ran at the front, the searing pain in his shoulder making every step feel like stepping on a knife's edge. He heard another muffled thud behind him, and a third man screamed. His arm struck, his stone axe clattering to the ground. But that man didn't even dare look back. He clutched his arm and kept running like mad. Blackthorn didn't turn around. He didn't dare. That witchcraft that could shatter a man's bones from dozens of paces away had crushed every ounce of courage he'd built up in his life, all at once. They'd come strutting and arrogant. They left crawling and scrambling, a sorry pack like beaten dogs. They crossed the ridge and vanished into the withered yellow grass. On the riverbank, the Fire Tribe men were silent for a moment, and then they burst into a deafening cheer. Featherwind jumped the highest, the sling still swinging in his hand. His face was flushed red, his eyes frighteningly bright. "I hit them. Two. I hit two of them." He turned and grabbed Stone Fong, his voice cracking with excitement. "Did you see? That Blackthorn. That arrogant Blackthorn. I hit him." Stone Fong smiled too, but he quickly reined in his expression, bent down, and picked up the stone axe that had been dropped on the ground. The blade was jet black, ground razor sharp, the grip wrapped in tough vine, heavy in the hand. He ran his thumb over it a couple of times, his face turning grave, and looked back behind him. "I'd been watching from the back the whole time, and only stepped out once the fight was over. Shaman, should we chase them?" Stone Fong asked, hesitating. "They can't have gotten far." I shook my head, looking toward the ridge, where the sound of them snapping dead branches still echoed. "No need. If we actually kill someone, the Stone Axe tribe will come back for revenge with everything they've got. We can't fight a full war right now." I paused. "For now, making them afraid is more useful than making them dead." Stone Fong nodded and handed me the stone axe. I took it and ran my fingers over the blade. The quality was far better than the stone axes the Fire Tribe had. It seemed the Stone Axe tribe held a better vein of stone. In this age without metal, good stone was a strategic resource, the lifeblood for making weapons and tools. A thought flashed through my mind. If we could take over the Stone Axe tribe's stone vein and pair it with the sling and vine shields. I quickly snuffed out the idea. One reckless step in the wrong direction, and I'd smother this newly kindled hope with a single slap. "Well done," I said, lifting my head. "Especially you, Featherwind. Good aim. But remember, they ran because they were scared, not because you're truly unbeatable. If Blackthorn comes back with more men, or if the weather's bad and you can't see clearly, the result will be completely different." Everyone answered together in agreement. By the time we got back to the cave, it was nearly noon. The daily fishing and trap checking could now be handed off to Stone Fong and Featherwind's teams. I wasn't going out today. I was going to focus on making something else. I stored the captured stone axe deep in the cave and started working on a pile of vines. I soaked thumb-thick old vines until they softened, used thin vines as binding cords, and bent several straight bush branches into a ring for the frame. "Shaman, what is this?" Featherwind leaned in, watching curiously as the thing gradually took shape, round like a disc. "A vine shield," I said without looking up. When a stone axe chops down, the vines sink in and absorb the force. "You can block it." Stone Fong and Featherwind exchanged a glance, and each saw that familiar shock in the other's eyes. They stared at the half-finished thing, thinking, If a stone axe had chopped down on this yesterday, would the one holding it have walked away without a scratch? I didn't rest that afternoon. I gathered everyone in the tribe who could work, brought along a few clamshell shovels, and the fish guts I deliberately saved from yesterday, wrapped in leaves. That stench was the best bait. The group headed north, to the pine forest where bear tracks had been spotted. At the edge of the pine forest, the soil was softer than in the river valley, the layer of fallen leaves thick and springy underfoot. I found what I was looking for: clear bear paw prints, snapped bushes, and black hair rubbed off on a tree trunk where a bear had scratched an itch. "We dig here," I said, pointing at the open ground in front of the tracks. "The pit has to be deep enough that once that bear falls in, it can't climb out no matter what." Everyone raised their clamshell shovels and started digging. The shovel edges bit into the dirt, far easier than using hands or sticks. With one thrust, Stone Fong could pry up a big clod of earth with the roots still attached, then flick his wrist and send the dirt flying to the edge of the pit. Amazement filled everyone's eyes. Before, digging with hands or prying with sticks, a single pit would take a whole day and leave their palms bloody and raw. Now, with these clamshell shovels, the hard soil split open like cutting tofu. Fast, easy, and no torn hands. "So this is what a tool is," someone murmured, standing at the edge of the pit. By dusk, the trap was finished. A round pit, 2 meters across and nearly 3 meters deep, its walls deliberately dug to slope inward, slick and steep, so that no matter how sharp its claws, the bear couldn't climb out. At the bottom, I directed everyone to plant sharpened wooden spears point up in the soil. Over the mouth of the pit, we laid a fine mesh of branches, then covered it with leaves and dirt, disguising it to look exactly like the surrounding ground. Last came the bait. I took out the fish guts, buried some along the inner edge of the pit, and scattered some over the camouflage layer. A bear's nose is keen. It would come following the smell. That's enough. I straightened up and stepped back, sizing up this death trap. From the outside, it was just a slightly raised patch of ground covered in leaves, no different from anywhere around it. But underneath lay a 3-meter pit bristling with sharp wooden spikes. I waved for everyone to head back. Winter was coming, and that bear, busy fattening up, would never pass up a meal within reach. The next morning, I was woken by a stench I could hardly stand. Sour sweat, mildew, the acrid burn of smoke, and the sharp reek of fermented human waste. I opened my eyes, rolled my shoulders. Beneath the animal hide, my skin was slick and sticky, like it had been coated in a layer of paste. I hadn't bathed in days. Sweat dried and soaked in, over and over. My tongue felt thick, coated like felt, sour with the taste of rotting food scraps. Back in the modern world, at a time like this, I'd have already dashed into the shower, let the hot water wash away my exhaustion, then squeezed out a line of mint toothpaste and brushed my teeth clean and fresh. But now, I didn't even dare drink cold water in big gulps, let alone bathe. If I caught a chill, in this world without fever medicine, a common cold could easily turn into pneumonia and take my life without any trouble at all. I sighed and pushed myself up. It seemed making pottery had to be moved up the schedule fast. With pottery, I could easily boil water and start improving these most deadly living conditions little by little. I walked outside the cave, grabbed a few handfuls of ash from burnt plants, and snapped off a soft little twig. I chewed one end until the fibers frayed apart, making a crude toothbrush. The ash grains were coarse, carrying a bitter, alkaline taste, and rasped faintly against my teeth as I scrubbed. When I finished, my mouth finally felt a bit fresher. Back in the cave, Dawn Fire was already awake, sitting on that stone worn smooth and shiny, nibbling on a roasted tuber. I sat down beside him and got straight to the point. "Chief, the smell in the cave is too strong. And also," I paused, my gaze sweeping toward the dark corners deep in the cave. "Some people relieve themselves wherever they please. That kind of thing makes people sick easily, and then it spreads from one to the next." Dawn Fire frowned. Of course he knew the smell, but he'd long since grown used to it. Every inch of soil in the cave was steeped in the traces of generations of living. "So what do?" he asked hesitantly. "We dig a deep pit somewhere far from both the cave and the water source, and everyone goes there to relieve themselves." My tone left no room for argument. "And from now on, when you fetch water from the river, take it from upstream. Not from this stretch by the cave. Dawnfire was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. I went on. Fish traps and snares. Don't set too many in one area. 3 or 4 fish traps by the river is enough, and no more than 5 snares. Set too many, and the rabbits in that area will all get caught out, and the fish will get fewer and fewer. Stonefang happened to walk over just then and heard it. He looked thoughtful. Shaman, it's like digging up tubers. You have to leave some seed behind? Right, same idea. I nodded approvingly. And too many traps get spotted easily by other tribes. If the Stone Axe tribe sees our fish traps, they'll copy them, or just take them outright. More importantly, we have no salt right now, so if we catch too much we can't eat it all. Until we can preserve it, don't get greedy. Everyone listened and nodded along. These ideas were new to them, but the shaman had proven himself right time after time with one success after another. Just then, my gaze swept across the cave mouth and suddenly fixed on a boy of 7 or 8. The child was sitting on a rock with his head down, fingers rummaging through his hair. Then he pinched something out and, without any hesitation, popped it into his mouth. My stomach clenched violently. Stop! I strode over, my voice so stern it startled everyone around. The child looked up blankly, a suspicious little crumb still stuck at the corner of his mouth. I crouched down, trying to make my tone less frightening, but my stance left no room for argument. From now on, you are not to eat that. That's a louse. Eat it, and you'll get a stomachache. You'll get sick. The tribe isn't short on food now, so no one is to eat the bugs off their body ever again. Understand? The child was scared into stillness and nodded dumbly. The adults around exchanged glances, but no one objected. If the shaman said not to eat it, then they wouldn't eat it. I straightened up, took a deep breath, and forced down the nausea. Sanitation was something I had to tackle right away. This wasn't just about comfort. It was the line between life and death. In a primitive society, a bout of dysentery from parasites or a plague caused by feces contaminating the water source could wipe an entire tribe off the map. I turned and walked deep into the cave, picked up the vine shield I'd woven halfway the day before, and kept weaving. A few women gathered around, Greyhide among them. Curiosity and awe filled their eyes as they watched those crisscrossing vines turn, bit by bit in my hands, into a neat round disc. Once it was done, I held the vine shield up to the firelight to inspect it. About 60 centimeters across and 3 fingers thick, the vines woven tight and springy, a wooden frame set in the middle to keep it rigid, yet the edges could flex slightly. I walked out of the cave, found Stonefang, and handed him the shield. Chop it. Stonefang froze. Huh. Attack this thing. With a wooden spear, with a stone axe. I stood the vine shield up on the ground and crouched behind it. I want to see if it can block. Stonefang hesitantly raised his wooden spear and thrust it at the shield with about half his strength. Thud, the spear tip got tangled in the vines, most of its force absorbed, leaving only a shallow mark on the surface. Then I had him switch to the stone axe. This time Stonefang used his full strength. The blade came chopping down. The vines caved in, catching the axe like a net, then springing back and pinning the blade for a moment. Stonefang yanked it out hard, and the shield had only a thin white scratch on it, the whole structure intact. I stood up, satisfied, and handed the vine shield to Greyhide. See that? This is called a vine shield. It can block a stone axe. From now on, everyone carries one when they go out. I demonstrated the weaving method for the women in detail. Greyhide learned the fastest. In less than an hour, she'd woven a shield even neater and tighter than mine. From now on, the vine shields are your job, I announced to everyone. One for each person. This is what keeps you alive. The women crowded around Greyhide and set to learning in earnest. Watching them, I felt a little more at ease. But there was still one more thing to do. I found Dawnfire outside the cave, checking the fish traps, and got straight to the point. Chief, I want to build a wooden hut outside the cave. Dawnfire's hand stopped. He turned his head, his eyes full of confusion, even a faint trace of resistance. A wooden hut? Live outside? Yes, a house built from wood and thatch. But Dawnfire frowned deeply, his voice low. Our ancestors lived in caves. Caves block the wind, block the beasts. Live outside, and you'll get carried off by wolves. No one has ever lived outside. I'd expected this reaction. I walked to the cave mouth and pointed inside. The cave blocks the wind, Yes, but it's too dark inside. We have to light a fire to see, even in broad daylight. The smoke can't escape, and if people breathe that smoke for a long time, they start coughing. It's damp inside too, so the hides grow mold and people get sick easily. Don Fire's expression wavered, but he still hesitated. I'm not saying we abandon the cave. I softened my tone. The cave stays. When danger comes, everyone can still take shelter in it just the same. Let's build one wooden hut first as a test. If it doesn't work out, we'll change it. Dawnfire was silent for a long time. He looked up at the cave, then out at the riverbank. Sunlight scattered over the pebbles, wind blowing through the valley, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. It really was far more comfortable than the foul air inside. All right. He nodded. I let out a breath. Changing a habit a tribe had lived by for generations was far harder than changing the way they ate. But before I could even think through how to build the hut, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the riverbank. A young man on guard duty came running, out of breath, his face flushed red, his voice cracking. Shaman. Chief. The trap. The trap up north. Something's happening. Something big. Dawnfire and I stood up at the same time. The bear. The words shot out of my mouth. I took Stone Fong, Feather Wind, and 4 men gripping slings and hurried north toward the pine forest. Before we even got close, we heard it, a low, furious, pain-filled roar, like thunder rumbling up from underground, shaking pine needles loose in a shower. We crept toward the trap. The camouflaged ground had completely collapsed, exposing the pitch-black pit beneath. At the bottom of the pit, a huge black bear was thrashing wildly. It was even bigger than I'd estimated, at least 1.20 meters at the shoulder, weighing 300 gene at the very least. One of its hind legs had been pierced by an upright wooden spear, blood staining the mud at the bottom red, and the fur on its belly was torn open in a long gash, its innards faintly visible. But even wounded like that, it was terrifyingly fierce. Its paws slammed against the pit walls, huge chunks of dirt crumbling down, and it had already snapped 2 of the spears. It tried to grip the walls with its front claws and climb out, every attempt accompanied by an ear-splitting roar. Get up there. I lowered my voice and directed everyone to spread out and surround the edge of the pit. Don't get too close. Stab down from above. Go for its eyes. Stone Fong was the first to rush up. He gripped his wooden spear with both hands and drove it down hard at the bear's spine. Thunk! The spear tip sank into flesh. But the bear's hide was too thick, the fat too thick. The tip only went in less than half a foot. The black bear let out an earth-shaking roar, whipped around, and swiped a front claw upward, nearly catching Stone Fong's hand. All at once, I shouted, "Don't stop!" Featherwind and the others crowded in too, 5 or 6 wooden spears stabbing down from all sides at once. The black bear was trapped in the 3-meter pit, an impenetrable rain of thrusts overhead, nowhere to hide. One spear stabbed into its eye. It shook its head madly, blood spurting from the socket, trying to bite down on the spear shaft, but more spears drove in. The roars gradually became whimpers, then panting. Its movement slowed, its huge body twitching at the bottom of the pit. Finally, Stone Fong seized the moment, gripped his spear with both hands, and with all his strength drove it into the back of the bear's neck, the tip punching through the spine. The black bear's body went rigid, then crashed down to the bottom of the pit and didn't move again. The pine forest fell silent for a moment. Only the whimper of wind through the treetops remained, and the heavy panting of the men. Then Featherwind let out a strange whoop, a sound mixed with wild joy and disbelief. "It's dead! It's dead! We killed a bear!" News of the bear hunt quickly spread back to the Fire tribe. When we dragged the bear back to the cave, the whole tribe poured out and gathered on the riverbank. The black bear's limbs were bound with vines and sticks. It took 7 or 8 of us working together to haul it out of the pit, dragging it all the way back to the valley, leaving a long dark red streak of blood across the pebbles. The crowd surrounded the giant beast and fell into a dead silence. It was enormous. Even dead, it radiated a suffocating menace. The Fire tribe people had seen bears from a distance in the woods. In those moments, their first instinct had been to flee and pray the thing wouldn't spot them. In their understanding, a bear was very nearly unbeatable. Even ganging up on one with wooden spears and stone axes, the best outcome would have been the bear escaping wounded, while the tribe was left with several corpses. But now, this bear lay before them. Under the shaman's power, it had died so easily. No brutal struggle, just a dug pit, some rotten fish, and everyone standing at the edge, stabbing down. "Oh gods," Greyhide murmured, her knees buckling. She nearly dropped to the ground. I had no time for sentiment. I walked over to the bear's carcass, pulled out my Swiss Army knife, and got ready to butcher it. The bear's hide was the most precious resource. It could be made into a cloak against the cold and a bedding pad. The bear fat could be eaten and used to light lamps and give warmth. The bear meat, though coarse and tough, was life-saving protein in a hungry winter, every piece of it. But I ran into trouble right away. The hide was too thick, especially on the back and neck, layered over with fat. I drew the knife across it, and the blade actually got pinched between the thick dermis and the fat layer. I had to force it to drag it through. Frowning, I adjusted the angle and cut in along the wound on the belly, finally finding a way through. One pull, and the blade sliced open the thick hide, exposing the muscle and fat inside. A collective gasp went up around me. Stone Fong's eyes went wide. He was still holding the stone axe captured from Blackthorn. Instinctively, he scraped the blade along the edge of the bear's hide. That sharp obsidian axe blade could only leave a shallow white scratch on the skin, unable to cut in at all. And yet the thing in my hand could slice it open with ease. "Shaman." Featherwind's voice trembled. "That thing in your hand, what is it?" I raised the knife, letting the firelight shine on it. The gleam of the metal had a nearly sacred beauty in their eyes, its edge so sharp it looked like it could cut through light itself. "This is metal, many times sharper than stone." "Metal?" Dawnfire stepped forward, his gaze locked on the knife. "Where does it come from?" "It's refined from a special kind of stone." I put the knife away, my tone solemn. "That kind of stone looks different from ordinary stone. It might be another color. From now on, when you see unusual stones out there, bring them back to show me. If we can find metal." I looked around at everyone and said, one word at a time, "Then someday every single person in the Fire Tribe can have weapons 100 times better than what we have now." The crowd erupted. People who'd had no interest in stones at all now had a near-frenzied longing burning in their eyes. "A knife that could cut open bear hide," a half-grown boy suddenly asked, curious. "Shaman, your old tribe, did everyone have knives like this? Did you eat meat every single day?" I was silent for a moment. "More or less," I said calmly. Everyone had sharp metal tools and could eat meat every day. The whole place fell into dead silence. Shock crossed everyone's faces first, then yearning, and finally a kind of dazed bewilderment, as if their entire understanding of the world had been overturned. Meat every day? Surely that was a life only the gods could live. The Fire Tribe, all year round, could only eat their fill of meat for those few days after a successful autumn hunt. The rest of the time they got by on wild greens, tree bark, and wild fruit. And yet the shaman's tribe ate meat every day? Greyhide looked down at her own hands. They were shaking uncontrollably. Dawnfire drew in a deep, long breath, as if trying to breathe an unreachable dream into his chest. I didn't let them dwell in that mood too long. I crouched back down and kept butchering. "Everyone come help. It's best to peel the hide off in one whole piece. Collect the bear fat in clam shells, cut the meat into strips. We'll start smoking it tonight." Everyone snapped out of it and crowded around. But butchering was far harder than they'd imagined. Without metal knives, all they could do was cut, scrape, and tear with stone flakes. The flakes slipped on the thick hide, chipped against the tough sinew, the progress maddeningly slow. In the end, most of the fine work still had to be done by me with the Swiss Army knife. The bear hide was finally peeled off in one whole piece and spread out on the riverbank, like a giant black carpet, giving off a strong reek of blood and the rank stench of beast. The fur was caked with clotted blood, dirt, and fat, all matted together, hard as bark. Draped over the body directly, it wouldn't fend off the cold at all. It would only chafe the skin raw, and that foul stench made it impossible to even go near. "This hide can't be worn as it is," I said, straightening up and rubbing my aching lower back. "It has to be tanned." "Tanned?" Greyhide leaned in. She was the one who understood hides best, but all she knew was to peel it off, dry it, and drape the stiff thing over yourself. "It's a way to make the hide soft and warm," I said, pointing at the caked fat and blood clots on the hide. First step, scrape all the fat and leftover flesh off the inside until the skin layer is exposed. I paused, making sure everyone heard clearly. Then work in plant ash or mashed brains, and finally dry it and beat it repeatedly with a wooden stick until it turns soft. I picked up a palm-sized shard of clamshell, crouched at the edge of the hide, and demonstrated. The clamshell's edge was sharp enough. I tilted the angle and scraped along the inside of the skin, and layer after layer of dark yellow fat came off, revealing the dense, milky white dermis underneath. Greyhide crouched beside me, watching without blinking. Her fingers unconsciously mimicked that scraping motion, a pure, craftsman's fervor burning in her eyes at the sight of a new technique. "You try." I handed her the clamshell. Greyhide took it and carefully scraped once. Her movements were unpracticed, but her hand was steady. The fat came off bit by bit, and as she watched the white skin emerge, a spark flashed in her cloudy eyes. Once it's scraped clean, I stood up and spoke to all the women around. "I'll teach you the next step. It'll make every hide soft and clean. This is a very important skill." The women crowded around, each with a clamshell or stone flake in hand, crouched around that giant bear hide and set to scraping in earnest. Scraping it clean was only half the job. I had people soak the bear hide in collected river water, and the water instantly turned pale red with blood. Now wash it over and over until all the smell is gone. Then use this. I grabbed a handful of plant ash and scattered it over the skin. Rub it in, then rinse it off. Wash until the water runs clear and the hide is no longer greasy. The women crowded around and followed my lead, pressing the bear hide against the pebbles, scrubbing it with ash, then rinsing it with river water. After washing came the beating. I found several arm-thick straight wooden sticks and spread the bear hide over a flat, large stone outside the cave. Everyone beat it with full strength. Every inch has to be pounded. That's what makes the hide soft. Featherwind and Stone Fong joined in the beating too. The sticks came down with dull thud-thud sounds. At first the hide was still stiff, and the beating made their palms numb. But as time went on, the hide gradually took on a subtle springiness, no longer dead hard like a board, but flexing like thick cloth, sinking in and slowly bouncing back. Everyone's arms ached. Sweat beaded and rolled down Stone Fong's forehead. Featherwind panted heavily and had to switch hands to keep going. The beating went on for a whole afternoon. When the last ray of sunlight sank behind the ridge, the bear hide was finally spread out on a dry patch of ground deep in the cave. We used branches to stretch it flat, skin side up, fur side down, propped up off the ground. Over the next few days, I didn't stay idle either. I kept an eye on the smoking of the meat. Smoking the meat was one thing I didn't have to teach. The Fire Tribe had bitter experience in preserving food. Several temporary smoking racks were set up by the riverbank, with smoldering fires beneath, damp bushes pressed on to force out thick smoke. Strips of bear meat, rabbit, and fish were hung in layers, the moisture drawn out bit by bit, until the surface smoked into a dark brown, amber-like hard crust. I turned the meat strips now and then, checking how dry they were. The bear meat was too thick. It had to be cut thinner, or it would rot and stink. I explained this to the women in charge of smoking, and they quietly took note, changing the thick strips into thin slices. After about 3 or 4 days, the bear hide was completely dry. It no longer dripped water and had become light and dry, like a giant black blanket. Most importantly, it had turned soft. I took it down and, in front of everyone, gripped one corner of the skin with both hands and gently folded it over. The hide obediently bent, like a piece of thick cotton cloth. No white marks at the crease, no brittle crack of something hard snapping. I needed it some more. The hide balled up in my palm. When I let go, it slowly unfolded, unbelievably soft. I handed the bear hide to Greyhide, who was nearest. "Feel it." The moment Greyhide's fingertips touched it, she gave a slight shudder. This wasn't the stiff, hard hide of before. The black fur slid between her fingers, smooth as flowing water. "So soft," she murmured. The bear hide passed through the crowd. Everyone reached out to touch it, to feel it, to experience that revolutionary sensation. An old man pressed his face against it, and his eyes suddenly reddened. He remembered the winters of the past, wrapped in those stiff hides that neither kept out the cold nor blocked the wind. Turning over at night, the edge of the hide would cut into his skin, and the children would huddle together, frozen, their crying echoing through the cave. Back then, a woman suddenly choked up. Back in winter, my mother wrapped herself in a stiff hide. It rubbed her body raw. She came down with a fever, and she was gone. If only there'd been soft hide like this back then. She couldn't go on. Others thought of the loved ones who hadn't made it through winter, of those long, endless cold nights. I stood off to the side, saying nothing. I knew this emotion needed to be released and needed to be remembered. Behind every step of progress was blood that had once been shed. That night, more campfires were lit inside the cave. Not because the cold had suddenly set in, but because a mood almost like a festival had spread through the tribe, one that called for warmer fires to carry it. That soft bearskin was spread out in the deepest part of the cave, becoming a kind of symbol. The other animal hides were being tanned too. A few rabbit skins, even some old stiff hides that had long been tossed into corners, were dug out by the women and processed the same way. After the meal, the roughly finished soft hides were handed out. Even though not all of them were done, even half-finished, they were 10 times more comfortable than the stiff hides they'd used before. The children draped them over their bodies and no longer cried from being chafed raw. Instead, they curled up in their mother's arms, breathing evenly. The old folks laid the hides beneath them, blocking out the damp and cold of the ground, and their stiff joints seemed to soften a little under that bit of warmth. Watching all of this, Shihua stood up, her voice echoing through the cave. From now on, when soft hides are finished, they go first to the old people and children in the tribe who need them most, and to the hunting party that has to go out in winter. That way, no one has to suffer the cold again. No one objected. The men of the hunting party glanced at each other, their eyes shining with a sense of being valued. In this world, resources had always gone only to the strongest. But their chief's words meant that even the most fragile, the ones who needed protection the most, would be cared for first. That night, Huapi didn't sleep. She sat by the fire clutching that bearskin, and by the firelight she marked out lines on the hide with a sharp stone flake. Following the grain of the hide, she carefully cut out curves, the curve of the shoulders, the length of the hem, then used vine fibers to punch holes along the edges, thread them, and stitch them together. By the time I noticed her, it was already the dead of night. Huapi's fingers were trembling, her eyes red and swollen from the smoke, but her hands never stopped for a moment. That cloak had already taken its rough shape. "This garment is for you," she said, holding the cloak out to me, her voice hoarse. I took the cloak. The hide still held a little of the warmth left over from the tanning, and it was unbelievably soft. The black fur gave off a deep, glossy sheen in the firelight. I draped it over my shoulders, and it fit surprisingly well. Relying only on her eyes and her hands' experience, Huapi had cut it to match the shape of my body. "Thank you," I said, moved. In this world, a lovingly made fur cloak was probably more precious than any luxury item from the modern age. Shihua walked over, looking at the cloak on me, then at the soft hides piled in the cave. In her eyes there was a light I'd never seen before. She lowered her voice. "These soft hides, could we take them to other tribes and trade for things?" I paused. I hadn't expected Shihua to think that far. In this primitive world of barter, a monopoly on technology meant an enormous trading advantage. The Blackwater tribe had salt. Other tribes might have stone, medicinal herbs, everything the Fire tribe desperately needed. And with winter about to arrive, soft fur was the hardest of hard currencies. "We can," I answered, with a hint of surprise and approval in my tone. "But we must never let them know how the soft hides are made. That's the Fire tribe's secret. We can never teach it to outsiders." A new day came, and I began to take stock of the tribe's holdings. On the smoking racks deep in the cave hung densely packed smoked fish. Their silver-gray bodies had turned a rust-brown color from the long smoking over fire. I counted them, about 40 or 50, ranging from little fish the size of a palm to big ones weighing 7 or 8 pounds. In a corner sat a pile of ground tubers, cushioned with dry leaves, heaped up like a little mound, maybe 200 or 300 pounds. But I knew clearly that we couldn't eat all of them. At least a third had to be saved for seed. Most of the rabbits and pheasants brought back by the snares and the hunting party had already been smoked and hung from the cave wall on vine strings. That bear was the most striking of all, its meat cut into thin, even strips, smoked to a deep red, hung on the highest rack. The bear fat had been collected into several large mussel shells. I made an estimate. Rationed carefully, these stores could last us about a month and a half to 2 months. But this was only food. They still had no salt, not enough vitamins, and not enough fuel to make it through the hard winter. And once we started building wooden huts, a great deal of labor would be tied up, so hunting and gathering would inevitably slow down. Shihua came up behind me, her voice low. Before you came, we never had this much food. In past years, by this time we'd already have started rationing. The adults eating just one meal a day, the children drinking thin broth, so hungry they couldn't sleep. She swept her eyes over the food, her voice full of feeling. And now we can actually eat our fill. No, right now it's just barely enough, I said, shaking my head. The winter might be longer and colder. I'd originally planned to build wooden huts, but the more I think about it, living outside has its risks too. The children and the women could all be attacked by wild animals. A thought flashed through my mind, a wall. Fence in the cave and the hut area, and use a solid barrier to keep out enemies. But I quickly snuffed out the idea. The amount of labor a wall would take was terrifying. With the fire tribe's current manpower and tools, no metal picks, no carts, everything done with stone axes and mussel shell shovels to dig foundations and stack walls, it would probably take months, maybe half a year. And winter left us hardly any time. I decided to do it in 2 steps. First, find clay for making pottery, and at the same time scout out timber suitable for building huts. I took Xia, Fengyu, and 3 other men, and we headed downstream along the river valley. Pottery needed fine, highly plastic clay, which usually settled in the slow-flowing parts of a river. Along the way, I also kept an eye on the trees on both banks, looking for the kind that were straight, thick, and relatively easy to fell. We came to a bend in the river where the current was gentle and a great deal of fine silt had settled. I crouched down and grabbed a handful of mud to knead it. The soil was fine, but unfortunately mixed with too much sand. Pottery fired from it would crack and leak. We walked another few hundred paces and, at another river fork, found a darker mud, almost gray-blue, with stronger stickiness, but it gave off a faint whiff of sulfur, so it probably had too many impurities. Keep looking, I said, standing up and slapping the mud off my hands. Meanwhile, Xia and Fengyu led the others off to fell trees. The stone axe we'd captured from the stone axe tribe was indeed sharp, but against trees more than half a meter across, it was still maddeningly slow. Each swing left only a shallow crescent-shaped notch, and then you had to pull the axe out, adjust the angle, and swing again. Felling a single tree big enough for a roof beam took a whole morning. Hauling it was even more of a hassle. Several men could only carry it back together. I looked at the felled tree, then at the men, worn out and exhausted, and I quickly did the math in my head. At this rate, building even one wooden hut would take half a month. Back at the tribe, I gathered everyone. Stop cutting those big trees. Go collect these instead. I pointed at a kind of shrub that grew everywhere in the valley. Branches about as thick as your arm, as many as you can get. And bring back every vine you can find. Though they didn't understand, they did as I said. The men cut the shrubs with stone axes and sliced vines with mussel shell shovels. The women and children gathered the thinner branches and grass ropes. On the open ground outside the cave, I used a mussel shell shovel to dig a ring of small pits, about a foot deep and spaced 2 feet apart, arranged in a semicircle around the cave mouth. Then I set the branches upright into the pits, stamped them down with my feet, backfilled the dirt, and poured water over them so the mud would settle and hold them fast. Finally, I used vines to lash the neighboring branches together in a crisscross pattern, tying one band at the top and one at the waist, and a simple fence, taller than a man, took shape. This is called a fence, I explained to everyone. When a wild animal charges, it has to stop and figure out how to go around it or jump over it. That gives us time to react, so we can hit it with sling stones and wooden spears. I also had them wrap a layer of thorny weeds along the top and outer side of the fence, with the spikes pointing outward, forming a natural thorn barrier. Progress was much slower than I'd imagined. Without metal tools, it took a full week for the fence to barely encircle the cave, and it only reached chest height. But even so, when that crooked, uneven barrier stood up, a sense of security no one had ever felt before rose in every heart. The children could play inside the fence without constantly watching for wolves lunging from the riverbank. The women could calmly prepare food at the cave mouth without having to keep their eyes fixed on the distant ridge. Shihua stood inside the fence, one hand resting on a branch still fragrant with fresh bark, her gaze passing over the thorn weeds toward the mouth of the valley. She suddenly remembered the things I'd said before, about the evil things in the water, about relieving oneself far from the cave, about the downsides of living in caves. She turned around and looked at me as I inspected the fence. The things you said before, about boiling the water, keeping the cave ventilated, living clean, I think I'm starting to understand. I smiled and looked toward that patch of woods in the distance, now turning yellow. The fence was only a beginning. The pottery still hadn't panned out. The wooden huts were still just a pile of logs lying on the riverbank, and a wall was further off still. But at least now, the fire tribe was no longer prey to be slaughtered at anyone's whim. And in the depths of the cave, something else had quietly risen up. A cylindrical kiln chamber, plastered together from fire-resistant clay mixed with plant ash, with a vent left at the bottom and a narrowing round hole at the top. This was the pottery kiln I'd been tinkering with all this time. After 3 cracks and 2 collapses, it finally stood steady beside the fire. And during these days when the fire tribe was growing stronger by the day, on the other side of 2 mountain ridges, in the cave of the Stone Axe tribe, a lingering stench of blood hung in the air. Haisai lay on an animal hide in the deepest part of the cave. The area around his collarbone was swollen a bruised purple, as though a lump of red-hot charcoal were buried under the skin, and every breath he drew was a tearing agony. Beside him, another burly man lay curled up, the wound on his thigh already giving off a faint rotten smell. Fortunately, the weather had turned cool. In summer, that wound would likely have festered through by now. Haishi, the chief of the Stone Axe tribe, sat on a jutting rock, gripping a stone axe in his hand. His face bore some resemblance to Haisai's, but it was fiercer. At this moment, that face was written all over with fury and confusion. "The 6 of you, the fire tribe beat you into this?" Haishi's voice came out as though squeezed through his teeth. Haisai struggled to sit up. The sharp pain made him gasp cold air and drop heavily back onto the hide. "We weren't beaten," he panted. "We hadn't even gotten close yet, and stones came flying from far away. About dozens of paces away." Haishi's brow knotted into a lump, and he thumped the stone axe against the ground. "Do you take me for a fool? How far can a man throw a stone? 10 paces? 15? That number was beyond the comprehension of all of them. In their experience, a strong man could throw a wooden spear 30 paces, and that was already the farthest attack possible. A stone was heavier than a spear and irregular on the surface. Thrown by hand, 15 paces was the limit. A stone from dozens of paces away that could crack a man's collarbone and break a leg bone. That defied their most basic instincts. A wave of whispers rose in the cave. Did they see wrong? Maybe another tribe was hiding somewhere, helping out. "Haisai, weren't you all just scared out of your wits? Did you mistake wooden spears for stones?" Haisai grew frantic and roared from where he lay. Everyone else saw it too. They weren't spears. They were stones falling from the sky. The wounded men who'd been called on all nodded. One man, clutching his arms, said, "They were standing far away, holding some strange thing in their hands, and after they swung it a few times, the stones came flying. We couldn't see it clearly at all." Haishi fell silent. He stared into Haisai's eyes, and there, besides the pain, was something he recognized: fear. Haisai was no coward. He'd once split a wild boar's skull with a single axe blow. Whatever could put that look in his eyes was no ordinary enemy. "Everyone, come out with me," Haishi said, suddenly standing up. "Let me see who can throw a stone 40 paces." Down on the riverbank, Haishi picked out a fist-sized cobble and handed it to Taizhou, the strongest man in the tribe. Taizhou weighed it in his hand, backed up a few steps, drew in a deep breath, gave his waist a sharp twist, and swung his right arm like he was throwing a spear. The stone tumbled through the air, tracing a clumsy arc, and finally landed 20 paces out, rolling weakly a couple of times before stopping. Haishi's expression grew even uglier. He had them switch to lighter cobbles, even let Ho take a running start. But the best result was no more than 25 or 26 paces, and at that distance the stone was already spent, hitting the body with barely a sting. Haishi walked back to the cave and stood before Haisai, his voice as low as muffled thunder. No one can throw that far. What you ran into wasn't stones thrown by hand. It's a tool. Haisai said urgently. They have some strange tool in their hands. If we could just get hold of it. How? Haishi cut him off. Charge in and grab it. They can break your bones from 40 paces away. You'd be a dead man before you even got close. The cave fell into dead silence. Someone quietly suggested, what if we contact the Blackwater tribe? Let them deal with the Fire tribe. Bullshit. Haishi whirled around, his eyes burning with an almost mad rage. The Blackwater tribe has an even bigger tribe behind them, and they say it has a shaman too. If we let them find out, they might swallow the Fire tribe first, then turn around and swallow us. He was jealous enough to go mad. The Fire tribe, that worthless tribe he'd trodden under his heel for years, by what right did they get to have such power? That power to kill a man from 40 paces away should have belonged to him, Haishi. But he forced himself to calm down. He was the chief. He couldn't let anger cloud his head. Winter was coming, and if he sent men off to die now, he wouldn't have enough hands to hunt later, and the Stone Axe tribe would freeze into a heap of corpses before spring arrived. First, we get through winter, Haishi said, his voice suddenly calm. But beneath that calm lurked something far more terrifying. Once winter passes, the Fire tribe will let their guard down. When spring comes and they leave the cave, he crouched down and stared into Haisai's eyes, the corner of his mouth splitting into a cruel curve. We ambush them. We rush in while they're off guard, seize that tool, and capture the ones who know how to use it. When that day comes, even the Blackwater tribe will have to bow their heads to us. What he didn't know was that even as he dreamed his dreams of revenge, over on the Fire tribe's side, I was about to fire this world's first true batch of pottery. The autumn wind grew fiercer by the day. On both sides of the river valley the trees had shed their yellow leaves, and a thin layer of white frost coated the riverbank each morning. I stood at the cave mouth, wrapped in the bearskin cloak Huapi had sewn for me, holding a mussel shell shovel, and looked up at the gray, overcast sky. I said to Shihua, who was inspecting the fence, Chief, today, while we're at it, let's fire the pottery. Shihua's hand stopped. Pottery, she probed carefully. The kind that can cook things? Hard, able to hold water and be set over a fire. Chief, you've seen pottery before? I was a little surprised. Shihua nodded. A few years ago, at the gathering where the tribes traded goods, I saw it at the Blackwater tribe. Their chief, Hyan, had one piece of pottery, and he guarded it like a treasure. They said it was given to them by that big tribe behind them. Something stirred in my mind. That tribe behind them had a rudimentary ability to make pottery. But this also told me that in these parts, pottery was an absolute luxury, a symbol of power that only a tribal chief was worthy of possessing. We can make it, I said calmly, but with an undeniable confidence. And we can make it better than theirs. Before long, everyone in the tribe will be able to use it. We can even make bigger pieces, pottery meant specifically for storing grain. Shihua's pupils shrank sharply. She stared at me for 3 seconds, then suddenly turned and strode toward the cave, her voice bursting through the valley. Everyone come out. The shaman is going to make pottery. A commotion rose in the cave. Most of them had never even heard the word pottery. But when they heard Shihua say this was the thing the Blackwater chief hid away like a treasure, everyone's expression changed, surprise, confusion, and a kind of almost fanatical anticipation. I wasted no time and directed everyone to haul the gray-blue silt weed found earlier, basket by basket, back to the open ground in front of the cave. The pottery making began. First I poured the clay onto a flat, large stone and picked out the little pebbles, grass roots, and shell fragments inside. Then I poured on river water bit by bit, plunged my hands into the cold lump of mud, and folded, squeezed, and slapped it over and over, like kneading dough, working the water and air evenly through it. The clay gradually became a smooth, springy lump. Knead the mud all the way through and drive out every bubble inside. I called out. Next, I demonstrated how to make a pot form. Without a wheel, we could only use the most primitive coil building method. Take a piece of clay, roll it into a rope, and coil it around and around, like coiling a mosquito coil, pinching each ring firm and smoothing it out with the fingers. The shape of a bowl slowly took form, rough, but even. You try too, I said, dividing the lump of clay among Huapi and the other women. They imitated me, kneading the mud and shaping the forms. The first bowl Huapi made was crooked, but its bottom was thick and solid. Fengyu had nimble fingers, but no patience, and the jar she made caved in on one side, drawing a burst of laughter. I didn't scold anyone. I guided each of them one by one, teaching them to trim the rims, patch cracks with wet clay, and smooth the inner walls. Next came the drying. I had everyone carry the pottery forms deep into the cave, away from open flame. Don't dry them directly in the sun. Drying too fast will crack them. They have to dry in the shade, letting the water evaporate slowly. 2 days later, the first batch of forms had hardened, their color turning from gray-blue to pale gray. I picked out the few that had cracked and carried the barely acceptable ones into the kiln. I laid a layer of dry branches at the bottom of the kiln, set the forms in one by one with gaps between them so the flames could wrap around them evenly. The flames were small at first. I controlled the vent and let the fire build little by little. I kept adding fuel while watching the color of the smoke closely. Thick smoke meant the temperature wasn't high enough, and pale blue smoke was the sign of high heat. After about 4 hours, I let the fire die down and let the kiln chamber cool slowly. It couldn't be opened right away. A sudden change in temperature would make the pottery burst. At last, using 2 wooden sticks, I lifted out the first pottery jar. The body was rough, its surface covered with fine cracks, and there was a clear split at the bottom. Obviously, it had cracked from uneven heating. The second bowl had a chunk missing from the rim. The third, the fourth, some warped, some cracked, some blistered on the surface. Of the 15 forms, not a single one had come out whole. The air in the cave froze for a moment. The anticipation on everyone's faces receded like an ebbing tide. Fengyu kicked a pebble on the ground. How are they all ruined? I crouched on the ground and examined them one by one. I broke open a cracked jar bottom. It was still earthen yellow inside, not fired through. The temperature wasn't high enough and the time wasn't long enough. On another warped bowl, the thin parts were fired through, but the thick parts were still raw clay. The clay hadn't been kneaded evenly. The temperature wasn't high enough, I said calmly. The clay needs more kneading to make it even. The forms need to be pinched thinner, and the firing needs more time. I stood up and looked at those disappointed faces. Failure is a good thing. Every time we fail, it tells us how to do better next time. For a first firing, coming out this well is already pretty good. There wasn't a trace of dejection in my voice, only a kind of almost stubborn resolve. That resolve gradually loosened the tension on everyone's faces. Over the next several days, I led everyone in starting over from scratch. The clay was sifted finer, and the kneading time was doubled. When making the forms, we controlled the wall thickness more strictly. I whittled a little wooden stick to serve as a thickness gauge for measuring as we went. We also let them dry in the shade longer. The second batch was more even and regular than the first. The firing was more careful too. I extended the low-heat preheating time, letting the forms warm up slowly, and then gradually built up the fire. I kept watch beside the kiln for a whole day, constantly adjusting the vent, constantly adding fuel, until my throat was scorched dry and hoarse by the heat waves. When the kiln chamber finally cooled and I lifted out the first bowl again, my palms were actually sweating a little. The bowl before me was an even, steady, deep gray-brown. No cracks, no warping. I tapped it with my hand, and it gave a clear ding. I held it up to the firelight. The wall was smooth, the rim rounded, and it already had the proper, well-formed look a vessel should have. I kept lifting them out. The second one good. The third, with a fine crack at the bottom, but it didn't leak. When I checked all 15, 8 were whole and usable, 3 had minor flaws but were still fine to use, and 4 were completely ruined. A success rate of over half. Huapi was the first to take that whole bowl, cupping it in her hands like she was holding some sacred object. Shia took a jar, scooped up half a jar of river water, and the water didn't leak. It doesn't leak. Shia shouted. It really doesn't leak. The cave erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Shihua stood in the middle of the crowd, cupping a jar in her hands, and looked up at me. Her lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. I leaned against the cave wall and finally let out a long breath. I looked down at my own hands, smeared with mud and soot, trembling faintly. And yet, out here in this primitive wilderness, I had at last, with my own hands, kindled a tiny spark of modern civilization. The next day, I was woken by the crisp clinking of pottery bowls knocking together. I carried the most perfect bowl from the night before out of the cave, scooped up half a bowl of river water, and set it on 2 flat stones beside the fire. The flames licked at the bottom of the bowl, and the water soon came to a bubbling boil. This gesture, so utterly ordinary in modern society, was here a luxury that spanned across ages. Once the water had cooled completely, I took a mouthful, mixed with a handful of plant ash, and rinsed my mouth. After several rounds, that thick, sticky feeling finally faded a bit. Then I dipped a hide in cold water and wiped down my body. I looked down at my dull skin and my hair matted into greasy strands. I desperately needed a real bath. A big vat. I muttered to myself. But firing a vat big enough to hold dozens of pounds of water would take an enormous amount of work. And even if I did fire one, setting it directly over a fierce fire would easily crack the bottom. I frowned, my fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the pottery bowl. Suddenly, my hand stopped. Idiot. I cursed at myself under my breath. Why did it have to be pottery? Cut down a thick enough tree, hollow it out into a wooden basin. Wouldn't that do it? Filling it with water and heating it, taking a bath, there'd be no problem at all. I slapped my forehead. I'd been trapped in modern thinking, my head full of firing and smelting, forgetting the most primitive, simplest method. I was just about to call someone to go find a tree trunk when a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the riverbank. Fengyu ran up out of breath, her face flushed with excited red. Shaman. Over the low hill to the north, a whole grove of fruit. I tasted one. It was so sweet. My mouth watered involuntarily. I really hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. No salt, no sugar, the same few things day after day, ground tubers, smoked meat, the occasional fish and rabbit. And in a state of long-term vitamin deficiency, the body's craving for sugar was almost instinctual. I stood up at once and threw the cloak over my shoulders. Let's go. Bring Xia too, and 2 baskets. Fengyu led me over that low hill, and the air suddenly changed. Into the once biting autumn wind was mixed a rich, almost intoxicating sweetness. Then I saw the fruit grove. Maybe 20 or 30 trees, scattered across a gentle sunlit slope. The trees weren't tall, but their branches were laden with heavy fruit. The fruit looked like apples, but a bit smaller, with pale red skin dotted all over with fine white speckles. Some of the overripe ones had fallen to the ground, their split flesh giving off an even stronger sweetness that drew swarms of wild bees. Fengyu picked one and handed it over. I took a bite, and the juice burst in my mouth. It was a flavor somewhere between an apple and a lychee, crisp and slightly tart, with a rich, cloying sweetness. I chewed almost greedily. So good. I swallowed the last bite, feeling as though my whole body were being nourished. But reason quickly overpowered appetite. I swept my eyes around quickly. The fruit on the trees wasn't enough for a tribe to consume over the long term, and these fruits wouldn't keep for more than a few days. The ground was already covered with a layer of fermenting flesh, and into the sweetness in the air a faint smell of wine and rotting sourness had begun to mix. We need to make dried fruit, I decided quickly. Pick the good fruit, slice it, and dry it out with smoke and sunlight. That way it'll keep for a long time, and we'll have fruit to eat in winter too. I picked up another overripe, split fruit. These ones that have fallen on the ground, don't throw them away. Bring them back, mash them, and seal them in pottery jars. What do we seal them up for? Fengyu asked curiously. To brew wine, I said. We let the fruit ferment inside until it turns into wine. Wine can keep for a long time, and I paused and didn't go on. The value of alcohol in this era was far more than just a drink. A single jar of wine could be traded for far more than a basket of ground tubers. Everyone spread out, climbing the low branches or gathering fallen fruit. I picked and ate as I went, not caring that the juice ran down my chin and into my collar. That long-missed sugar made my brain run faster. Just as I bit into my 4th fruit, a sound came from down the slope. That was not the Fire Tribe's people. My movements froze in an instant. I raised a hand and made a pressing down gesture. Everyone immediately held their breath. Fengyu slid down from the tree, grabbed her wooden spear, and looked warily toward the source of the sound. The bushes were pushed apart, and 5 or 6 figures walked out. The hides on their bodies were more complete than the fire tribes, roughly cut and stitched together with thin vines. The man at their head was burly, his hair bound behind his head with a bone pin, a more finely ground stone axe hanging at his waist. His gaze swept over the fruit grove and landed on us, and his brow immediately furrowed. Fire tribe people? His voice carried a condescending scrutiny. This grove was discovered first by us, the Blackwater tribe. What are you doing here? Fengyu's expression changed, and she gripped her spear and took half a step forward. We've always been gathering here. We've never seen any of you before. The Blackwater people stepped forward one after another, hands on their stone axes, and the mood snapped taut in an instant. I reached out and pressed a hand on Fengyu's shoulder, calmly sizing up the man across from us. His complexion was ruddier than the fire tribes, his muscles fuller, which meant a steady food source, very likely the trading advantage that came from salt. I am the shaman of the fire tribe, I said. This grove is large. Why don't we each take what we need? The man was taken aback, and only then did he notice how different I was. That black bearskin cloak, smooth and glossy, was definitely not something an ordinary tribe could make. A complicated light, mixing greed and wariness, flashed through his eyes. The shaman of the fire tribe? He repeated, his contempt reining in a bit, though still probing. I've never heard of the fire tribe having a shaman. Weren't you the ones driven off over there precisely because you didn't even have a shaman? Fengyu's face turned red with anger, but my fingers pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him not to act rashly. We have one now. And I shifted my tone. I'd like to ask whether the Blackwater tribe has any interest in making a trade. A trade? The man scoffed. What could you fire tribe people possibly have? Pottery. I cut him off, spitting out just the one word. The air froze for a moment. The scoff on his face went stiff. The people behind him exchanged shocked glances. You're saying you have pottery? I didn't answer directly. I only turned my head and murmured a few instructions to Fengyu. Fengyu was startled for a moment, then immediately turned and ran off toward the river valley. While we waited, the Blackwater people kept their eyes fixed dead on me, and I simply leaned calmly against a tree trunk, took another bite of fruit, and chewed it unhurriedly. That unruffled ease deepened their doubts even further. In less than a quarter hour, Fengyu returned, carrying something wrapped tightly in a whole piece of soft hide, cupping it in both hands with great care. At my signal, he slowly lifted one corner of the hide. A warm, gentle gray-brown sheen was revealed. It was a pottery bowl, larger and more perfectly formed than the one Chief Hyan treasured as a jewel. The Blackwater people's eyes went wide. The man at their head took an involuntary step forward, the expression on his face going from doubt to shock, then to disbelieving greed. He had seen pottery before, but he had never seen pottery like this. Is this really? I signaled Fengyu to wrap it back up, letting that bowl stay in view just long enough to stir their greed, but not long enough to see the details clearly. It's very hard to make, I said flatly. It needs special materials, and it needs a long time praying to the gods. Right now, we only have a very few of them. I deliberately emphasized the very few and the praying to the gods, hammering the scarcity and mystery of pottery firmly into their minds. I am Heishan, captain of the Blackwater tribe's hunting party. He introduced himself, the contempt now entirely gone. What do you want to trade for? Salt, I answered without hesitation. And any special crops, stones, or things I've never seen in your tribe? Heishan nodded. Salt was the Blackwater tribe's most important resource. This isn't my call to make. I'll have to report it to our chief. But we can bring things over. You're over on that side of the valley. You're welcome anytime, I said with a nod. But pottery is precious. Not just anything can trade for it. Heishan gave me a long, deep look, then turned and waved a hand at the people behind him. Let's go back home. They left quickly, almost hurrying out of the fruit grove, not even sparing the fruit a second glance. Clearly, in their eyes, pottery was far more important than this whole grove. Once they'd gone far off, Fengyu finally let out a long breath. Cradling the pottery bowl, a smug smile spread across his face. Shaman, I put on a pretty good show just then, didn't I? Not bad, I said, a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth too. It really did look like a treasure. Will they really fall for it? Shia asked, a little worried. It's not about falling for it, I corrected him. It's about letting them know we have the confidence to bring out our pottery in the open. It's telling them the fire tribe is no longer the weak little tribe it once was. If we'd hidden it away secretively, they'd have grown suspicious instead. It's only when we bring it out openly and boldly that they don't dare make any reckless moves. I picked another fruit and tossed it into my mouth. When they come to trade, we're going to hide the truly good things away. We absolutely cannot let them know that pottery can be mass-produced. That way, every single bowl can be traded for the most possible. Feng Yu and Xia exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they both saw that awe for the shaman's wisdom. When we got back to the tribe, Shihua was inspecting a newly woven vine shield. Seeing us return, she first let out a breath of relief, but then noticed the grave expressions on our faces, and her heart tightened again. "What is it?" she said, coming to meet us. "Did you run into trouble?" "We ran into the Blackwater tribe," Feng Yu said, setting down the fruit basket, and reported the encounter in the grove down to the last detail. Shiwa's face grew darker and darker. When she heard that I had taken the initiative to reveal the pottery, her brow knotted into a lump. "The Blackwater tribe, if they want to take it by force, then let them try," I said calmly, setting the pottery bowl on a flat stone. "Next, I'm going to make an even more powerful weapon called the bow and arrow. It shoots farther than a sling. If they really dare to get rough, we'll let them taste what we've got." "Bow and arrow?" Shihua repeated the unfamiliar words. "That's right, but it's hard to make, and it'll take some time." In the days that followed, the whole fire tribe threw itself into tense, busy work. The good, whole fruit was picked out and sliced thin. Even thickness was the key. Too thick and it wouldn't dry through. Too thin and it would crumble into bits. Some of the sliced fruit was set on the lower level of the meat-smoking rack to be dried by smoke, and the rest was spread out on the sunny side inside the fence to air dry naturally. "Keep turning it over," I instructed Huapi. "Get both sides of the flesh dried all the way through, so it doesn't stick to your hand when you touch it. That way it'll keep for several months." The overripe fallen fruit was washed clean and mashed, becoming jar after jar of cloudy fruit pulp. I poured the pulp into the pottery jars, filling them only 2/3 full, then covered and tied the mouths tightly with hide, but left a slight gap so gas could escape and the jars wouldn't burst. "Put them deep in the cave and don't touch them," I said. Though no one understood what this was for, they still carefully carried the jars into the coolest corner. Night fell, and the sweet scent of fruit and the smell of smoked meat filled the cave. I sat by the fire, unconsciously turning a straight shrub branch in my hand. It was one I had found near the fruit grove, hard in texture and full of spring. The bow and arrow. I sketched out its shape in my mind. The bow body needed this kind of tough, springy wood. The bowstring needed animal sinew or the toughest vine fibers. The arrow shaft needed a straighter, lighter branch, whittled smooth and fitted with tail feathers. The arrowhead could be obsidian or a wooden point hardened by fire. But the hardest part wasn't the materials. It was how to make the tension of the bow even, how to make the arrow fly stably and strike its target accurately. The sling had already proven the power of ranged attacks, but its range was inconsistent. Its accuracy relied entirely on feel, and its throwing motion was large, easy for an enemy to anticipate. The bow and arrow was different. It could be drawn covertly, knock an arrow and fire, and hold accuracy and killing power at a greater distance. One well-trained archer was worth 3 slingers. But making a bow and arrows was incredibly difficult. The curve of the bow needed to be shaped with precision. The tension of the string had to be adjusted over and over, and the arrow's center of gravity had to be tweaked bit by bit. This wasn't something I could finish in a few days. Maybe it would take weeks, maybe even months. By the time Black Mountain and his group crossed the final ridge and stepped into the valley where the Blackwater tribe lived, the sun had already dipped toward the west. Their leather pouches were stuffed with fruit they'd picked from the orchard, but the mood among them was completely different from when they'd set out. Nobody talked about how sweet the fruit was. Every single one of them still had that smooth, hide-wrapped object echoing in their minds. Black Mountain walked at the front, moving so fast he was almost jogging. He passed through the outer sentries and headed straight for the depths of the caves. The Blackwater tribe's settlement was far more impressive than the Fire tribe's. It wasn't a single cave, but several large caverns connected along the rocky cliffs of the river valley. On the open ground in front of the caverns, dozens of men and women were hard at work, some processing animal hides, some grinding stone axes, while a few children chased each other around the bonfire. Black Mountain went straight to the largest cave. The chief, Blackrock, was sitting on a flat boulder at the cave entrance, holding a bone-handled stone knife, cutting into a slab of smoked venison. He was half a head shorter than Black Mountain, but his neck was thicker, and his face bore several pale scars, marks left from fighting wild beasts in his younger years. Chief, Black Mountain's voice carried an urgency he couldn't suppress. Blackrock looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew Black Mountain. The man was steady by nature. Whatever could put that expression on his face was definitely no small matter. "We ran into people from the Fire tribe," Black Mountain said, catching his breath. "They were picking fruit in the northern orchard." Blackrock's brow relaxed, and a hint of disdain crossed his face. "The Fire tribe?" He let out a scornful snort, his knife never stopping. "That worthless tribe. That's worth you rushing all the way back? Just chase them off." "That's not it." Black Mountain swallowed hard. "The one leading them wasn't Fireglow. It was a stranger," he said. "He's the shaman of the Fire tribe." The stone knife froze. Blackrock slowly set the knife down and straightened up. "A shaman? Didn't the Fire tribe shaman die a long time ago?" Black Mountain took a deep breath, as if the words he was about to say required great effort to get out. "I don't know. But he had pottery, and it was better than yours. I swear it was real pottery." Silence fell over the cave entrance. Blackrock's pupils suddenly contracted. That gray clay pot of his had been a reward from the great tribe behind them last spring, and he'd kept it hidden in the deepest part of the cave. He'd only carefully brought it out once, at the last spring gathering, to boil some meat broth. That single display had earned him plenty of respect in front of every chief from the nearby tribes. It was a symbol of power, the unshakable foundation of his status. And now Black Mountain was telling him that the Fire tribe, a tribe that didn't even have a shaman, had pottery too, and that it was better than his. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Blackrock's voice dropped very low. "I'm sure. And it was a size bigger than yours." Black Mountain gestured with his hands, his eyes glinting with a mixture of greed and danger. "Chief, should we take some men and grab it before they get too far? The Fire tribe only has 30-some people." "We could." "Shut up." Blackrock raised a hand to cut him off. It wasn't that the thought of taking it hadn't crossed his mind, but one detail in Black Mountain's description made him wary. When that shaman displayed the pottery, he seemed to carry a kind of powerful confidence. Acting rashly might bring disaster crashing down on his own head. "Tell me everything that happened when you met them. Don't leave out a single word." Black Mountain recounted the entire encounter in detail. That young man draped in a black bear-hide cloak, that strange garment on his body that was smooth like fabric woven by the gods, and finally, that calm, almost arrogant, tone of voice. After Blackrock finished listening, he was silent for a long time. The autumn wind swept dry grass into swirls around his feet. Finally, he turned and made his decision. "Prepare for a trade. Tomorrow, I'll go see what they're really about myself and meet this shaman." Blackrock walked back into the depths of the cave and dragged out several leather pouches from a corner blocked by a large boulder. He untied one of them, revealing chunks of dark gray coarse salt inside. The worst batch that had been brought in earlier, full of impurities, the darkest in color, with a bitter, earthy taste. This kind of salt, the Blackwater tribe didn't eat themselves. They kept it specifically to trade with other tribes for furs and food. "Go get those dried wild vegetables, the smoked meat, and those yellow beans too." Black Mountain's expression shifted. "Chief, those beans make your stomach bloat and give you gas. Last time the Donkey tribe traded for them, they had upset stomachs for 2 whole days." "Perfect." A cold curve tugged at the corner of Blackrock's mouth. "We don't eat that stuff ourselves anyway. It's just right for the Fire tribe. Trading the things we look down on for their pottery, that's what I call a good deal." The next morning, before the mist had fully cleared, the sound of footsteps came echoing through the river valley. Blackrock brought 8 men. Besides Black Mountain, there were several of the tribe's strongest warriors. They carried leather pouches on their shoulders, stone axes hanging at their waists, moving with steady, wary steps. When they crossed that low slope and caught sight of the fire tribe, the group stopped in its tracks despite themselves. Blackrock's pupils contracted slightly. The fire tribe in his memory was a pitiful cluster of wretches huddled in a river valley, without even a fence. But the scene before him completely overturned everything he thought he knew. Outside the cave, a fence woven from branches and vines, wrapped with thorny grass, firmly enclosed the entire area. What shocked him even more was that inside the fence stood the skeleton of a wooden house. Several thick support posts had been raised, with crossbeams laid on top, and the roof covered with layers upon layers of thatch. Though it wasn't finished yet, it was enough to make his head spin. They live outside the cave? One warrior muttered under his breath, full of disbelief. Blackrock forced himself to stay calm. The fire tribe, while he wasn't paying attention, seemed to have undergone some kind of complete transformation. The people inside the fence spotted them. Several figures walked out, and the one leading them wasn't Fireglow, but a young man. I looked at Blackrock calmly. Chief of the Blackwater tribe? Welcome to the fire tribe. I'm Linyi, the shaman here. Blackrock took a step forward, forcing himself to show the dignity a chief should have. Shaman of the fire tribe, I heard you have pottery. I've brought salt and food. I want to trade. I nodded and pointed to a flat, level slab of stone nearby. That was the temporary trading table. Blackrock signaled Black Mountain to set down the pouches and untie them one by one. The dark, gray chunks of coarse salt, mixed with sand and grit, gave off a faint bitterness. The dried wild vegetables had leaves carrying a rotten smell. A few pieces of smoked meat had a whitish mold on their surface. Finally, he untied that bag of beans and poured out a handful of round, pale yellow kernels. My eyes swept over the salt, and I sneered inwardly. Salt of this quality wouldn't even qualify as industrial salt in the modern world, but in this world, it counted as hard currency. My gaze passed over the wild vegetables and smoked meat without lingering for a moment. But when that handful of yellow kernels appeared in the morning light, my heart skipped a beat. Soybeans. Not the plump, round, cultivated variety from the modern world, but a smaller, more irregular wild relative. The skin was pale yellow, some with dark brown speckles, like pebbles that had been dried out. That shape, that distinctive beany smell, I knew them all too well. Soybeans. That meant protein, oil, soy sauce, the seeds of an entire future agricultural civilization. You could press them for oil, make tofu, ferment them to improve the soil, and most importantly, you could plant them in spring and harvest thousands upon thousands. In some ways, this was an even more precious strategic resource than salt, a key that could lift the fire tribe from merely surviving to developing. But I forced myself to look away. If I let the other side see how much I wanted them, that would be a problem. I reached out and pinched up a chunk of the dark salt, rubbing it between my fingertips, my tone flat. Lots of impurities. We have vegetables and meat too. My fingers moved toward the handful of soybeans, gently pushing them around, as if examining some insignificant pebbles. These beans are kind of interesting, though. Where'd you get them? Blackrock had been watching my expression the whole time. When I showed indifference toward the salt and meat, his heart sank. It meant the fire tribe wasn't short on food for now. But when my fingers lingered on the soybeans, he sharply caught that slight pause. He didn't know what it meant, but he decided to push for more. Traded them from far away. They say eating them gives you strength. But Blackrock deliberately paused. Some people get an upset stomach from them. If you want these beans, they're all yours. But first, I need to see the pottery. I straightened up and gave Windfeather a look. Windfeather turned and ran into the cave, then came out cradling an object wrapped in layers of animal hide, moving with extreme care, as if holding some sacred relic that would shatter at a single touch. At my signal, he pulled back the hide. Sunlight fell on the pottery. It was a clay pot, larger than the bowl from before, one of the finest results from that batch of pottery. The body was an even grayish-brown, smoothed over and over by my hands until it was almost fine to the touch. The mouth was round, the belly full, the bottom thick and solid. Windfeather set it on the stone and poured in a bit of clear water, which slid down the inner wall, no leaking. It pooled at the bottom into a small, shimmering mirror of liquid. Blackrock's breath caught in his throat. That treasured clay pot hidden in the depths of his cave was gray all over, rough on the surface, marred by obvious bubbles and uneven thickness. But this one before him was more uniform, more like a genuine vessel. His fingers began to tremble unconsciously. He reached out to touch the wall of the pot, then stopped his hand in midair, as if afraid he might defile it. This. His voice was so dry it didn't sound like his own. This is better than my pottery. I noticed his choice of words and his expression. This meant the Blackwater tribe really did have a piece of pottery, and that he regarded it as personal property, which made me even more certain of pottery's strategic value. It's extremely difficult to make, I said calmly. It requires special things and prayers to the gods. Every successful piece of pottery is a blessing from the gods. I deliberately emphasized its scarcity and sacredness while watching his reaction. Blackrock's gaze was glued to the clay pot, his greed so thick it seemed about to take physical form. This clay pot, I smiled, for everything you brought. And I want these beans too. Blackrock's brow furrowed. One clay pot, for everything? But the value of that pot. He glanced back at the inferior salt, moldy meat, and gas-inducing yellow beans he'd brought, and suddenly realized, trading this garbage for a genuine clay pot was practically robbery in his favor. I can give you more salt, he ventured. But the beans. I only want half a bag of the beans. I cut him off, my tone unyielding. The salt is such poor quality. If there's a next trade, I want better salt. Blackrock's expression shifted. This salt really was terrible, but the Fire Tribe's shaman had seen through it at a single glance. That meant the other side had truly seen better things before. He didn't dare play any more tricks, and nodded. Fine, it's all yours. Next time, we'll bring better salt. The trade was done. When those soybeans were handed over to me, there were probably 10 pounds of them, heavy in my hands. Blackrock cradled the clay pot, carefully wrapping it in hide, and as he turned to leave, his gaze lingered for a moment on the Fire Tribe's fence and wooden house. In that look, the greed had already been replaced by something deeper, wariness. Once they were far away, I turned around immediately, my voice slightly tight with suppressed excitement. Load these soybeans into the clay pot and put them in a dry spot deep in the cave. Whatever you do, don't let them get damp or hot. This stuff might be even more important than pottery, understand? Shock flickered across Greyhide's face, and she nodded hard. As for me, I picked up that bag of inferior salt and walked toward the fire. The purification began, with everyone gathered around watching in curiosity. I poured the dark salt into the clay pot, added water, and stirred with a wooden stick. The salt chunks dissolved in the water, and the impurities immediately showed themselves. Sand, mineral residue, and some kind of dark brown, rust-like suspended particles that turned the whole pot of water murky as mud. I had everyone wait quietly, watching the impurities slowly settle to the bottom of the pot. Then I carefully poured the clear salt water on top into another clay pot, leaving behind the thick layer of sludge at the bottom. I repeated this process 3 times, each time more carefully than the last. Finally, I set the filtered salt water over the fire to boil. The flames licked at the bottom of the pot, the salt water churned, and white steam rose. The water evaporated bit by bit, and a layer of fine white crystals formed on the inner wall of the pot. I kept stirring to keep it from scorching. When the last drop of water had evaporated, the bottom of the pot was covered with a thick layer of snow-white grains. Is this? Stonetooth leaned in, eyes wide. Salt. I grabbed a pinch and handed it to him. Want to taste it? Stonetooth licked it, and his face instantly twisted. It was pure saltiness, far too intense. He jerked his hand back and coughed a couple of times. So weird. It's too sharp. The others tasted it too, one after another, with more or less the same reaction. Shaman, can we eat this? Windfeather asked cautiously. I smiled. You can't eat it like that. You put it in food and cook it with earth beans and meat. Just watch. I took a smoked fish down from the drying rack, cut it into pieces with my combat knife, chopped up a few earth beans, grabbed a handful of salt crystals, added some crushed ginger, and put it all into the largest clay pot. Then I added water and set it over the fire. This was the Fire Tribe's first real act of cooking. The broth began to bubble. The fat in the fish was drawn out by the high heat, floating on the surface in golden droplets. The starch from the earth beans dissolved into the broth, turning it thick and milky white. The sharp bite of the ginger drove away the fishy smell. And most crucially, The salt crystals dissolved and seeped into the fibers of the fish meat, fusing everything together into a savory richness that shook the soul. The aroma exploded through the cave, seeming to draw out the most primal hunger from the pit of the stomach. I scooped up a spoonful of broth with a wooden spoon, blew on it, and brought it to my mouth. In that instant, my eyes nearly welled up. The tenderness of the fish, the softness of the earth beans, the sharpness of the ginger, all brought into perfect balance by the salt. For the first time, I felt like a person who was truly alive, not just a machine barely running in the wilderness. One bowl each. Don't rush. I set down the wooden spoon, my voice a little hoarse. Windfeather was the first to take a wooden bowl. Copying me, he scooped up a spoonful of broth, picked up a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth, and then his chewing stopped. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. His eyes suddenly went wide. That bowl of soup reflected in his pupils, a flavor he had never experienced before, something that turned his whole world upside down. He swallowed the fish, but didn't immediately reach for a second spoonful. Instead, he sat there stunned, as if struggling to understand what had just happened. "This," he began, his voice as soft as talking in his sleep. "What is this?" Stonetooth shoveled a big spoonful of soup and meat into his mouth, and the next second let out a moan-like sigh, then frantically scooped up a second spoonful, a third, unable to stop at all. Greyhide carefully sipped a mouthful, and her eyes instantly reddened. She remembered long ago, back when the Fire Tribe was still strong, drinking a similar soup on some winter night. So long ago she'd thought it was just a dream. "So good," one woman said, trembling, tears welling in her eyes. "It's so good. Is this food from the gods?" "It's salt." My voice carried a gentle pride. "Purified by the gods, turned into white salt. From now on, we'll live like people, not like beasts." Cheers erupted through the cave, loud enough to shake the sky. Fireglow sat in the chief's spot, cradling that bowl of fish soup, drinking it mouthful by mouthful, as if trying to carve the flavor into her very bones. The new day began amid noisy chatter. A mood of excitement bordering on restlessness filled the cave. The women wove vine shields, and back and forth all they talked about was last night's salted fish soup. Stonetooth slapped his thigh, bragging to Windfeather about how many bowls he'd drunk the night before. When I walked out of the cave, Fireglow was crouched by the fence, scratching something in the dirt with a stick. He stood up and patted the dust off his knees. "Shaman, the salt, how much is left?" "Not much," I said honestly. "Once purified, less than a third of the Blackwater tribe's dark salt is left. If we use it every meal like last night, it won't last 10 days. Fireglow's brow tightened. The laughter and joy in the cave were still going, but the chief had already foreseen the letdown once the salt pot ran dry. "So what do we do?" "Use it sparingly, just enough to taste the flavor each meal. More importantly, we need to find our own salt. The Blackwater tribe's salt was given to them by that great tribe behind them. If we can find a salt source, we won't have to answer to them anymore." "A salt source?" Fireglow repeated blankly. "It's a special kind of stone or special ground." I described it in words he could understand as best I could. "That kind of stone tastes very salty and might be white. And if you see animals licking the same rock or patch of ground over and over, remember the spot and come tell me." Fireglow nodded solemnly and turned to pass this on to everyone. From that day on, finding salt became the Fire Tribe's second most important search target after food and timber. The whole morning was poured into building the wooden house. The posts were up and the crossbeams were laid, but putting down the thatch roof was much harder than I'd imagined. Without rope, we could only use vines to tie bundles of thatch to the crossbeams, one layer over another, arranged like fish scales, so it would keep out the rain. As I tied the last bundle of thatch, the pile of soybeans we'd traded for suddenly popped into my mind. I suddenly really wanted to eat tofu. I thought of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding for modern breakfasts. I called Stonetooth over. "Go find a few smooth, flat, large stones, and a sturdy wooden club that can work as a hammer." Though Stonetooth didn't understand, he did as I asked, hauling back a bluish stone worn round on the riverbank and an arm-thick length of hardwood. I'd originally wanted to make a stone mill, those two grooved discs, one on top of the other, that can easily grind grain into flour. But quarrying stone and carving grooves, with the Fire Tribe's current tools and manpower, just wasn't worth the cost. Let's make do with these for now, I muttered to myself. I carefully took 2 pounds of beans out from deep in the cave, poured them onto the large stone, used the wooden club as a pestle, and started pounding. The beans cracked apart under the crushing force of stone and club, giving off crisp popping sounds and a faint beany smell. Windfeather and Stonetooth gathered around, watching curiously as I pounded the soybeans little by little into broken halves, then into coarse powder. I poured the bean powder into a clay pot, added water, and stirred, then set it over the fire to heat slowly. As the temperature rose, the protein in the bean powder gradually dissolved out, the water turning murky and thick, giving off a rich, warm aroma similar to roasted nuts. I had someone bring a clean, fine-woven piece of hide and slowly poured the hot liquid onto it. The liquid dripped through the gaps in the fibers into another clay pot, while the bean pulp was filtered out on the hide, piling up into a heap of pale yellow wet residue. The filtered liquid was milky white, giving off a soft, almost jade-like sheen in the firelight. This was soy milk. I scooped up a small spoonful, blew on it, and tasted it first. The flavor was very plain, no sugar, with a slight astringency like wood ash. But that aroma from the soybeans still made my eyes sting. I handed the spoon to Windfeather. Taste it. Windfeather took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. It's good. Stonetooth, Fireglow, and a few women and children who gathered around all got a small spoonful. Each person only got a tiny bit, but everyone was drawn in by that wondrous flavor they had never experienced before. Next, I had someone collect a pile of wood ash, put it into a clay pot with water, stirred it, and let it settle. The alkaline-rich wood ash water slowly settled, and the clear liquid on top turned into a pale yellow fluid with a strong alkaline smell. I poured this alkaline water bit by bit into the hot soy milk, gently stirring with a wooden stick at the same time. A miracle happened. The milky white soy milk began to change. First, tiny flaky clumps appeared, like snowflakes falling into warm water. As the flakes grew more and more numerous, they linked together. I pressed them gently with the hide, filtering out the water, and the remaining clumps were gathered together, piling into blocks of square, milky white solid. Oh gods! Greyhide's voice trembled. She knelt on the ground, staring at the solid mass that had emerged from the liquid. I poked it with a finger. The tofu dented under the pressure, then slowly bounced back. This is called tofu. It's very tasty. I cut off a small piece and handed it to the nearest child. The child took a timid bite, eyes going wide, and let out a muffled cheer. The others tasted it one after another. That soft, silky texture that melted in the mouth, carrying a faint beany fragrance, left everyone stunned. They couldn't understand why crushed beans, mixed with water and boiled, then splashed with wood ash water, would turn into something so magical. I stood up and clapped my hands. Tonight, I'll make you a dish. I took down the largest fish head, cut off a big chunk of the freshly made tofu, and sliced it into 2-finger-wide squares. I poured water into the largest clay pot, set it over the fire, and added the fish head, ginger slices, and the precious salt. The water began to bubble. The fat from the fish head was drawn out, floating in golden droplets, its savory flavor seeping into the broth and fusing with the sharp bite of the ginger to form a broth so rich it was almost overpowering. Then I gently pushed the tofu blocks into the pot. The instant the milky white tofu touched the hot broth, it soaked it right up, its surface swelling slightly, its pores filled with the savory flavor of the fish. I covered it with a stone slab and let it simmer over low heat. Steam seeped out through the gaps, carrying a complex aroma that pulled the attention of everyone in the cave. The children stopped their roughhousing, the adults set down their work, and all eyes turned to the bubbling clay pot. A little while later, I lifted the stone slab. The scene in the pot made everyone gasp. The broth had turned a rich, milky white, the tofu blocks floating on the surface, plump and glistening from soaking up the broth, their edges tinged slightly yellow. The meat on the fish head was tender and soft, falling off at the slightest touch. I ladled out a bowl for each person. Windfeather took his bowl and first drank a mouthful of broth, and tears nearly fell. The tofu melted in his mouth. Press it lightly with your tongue, and it spread apart in your mouth. The fish head meat was simmered until it was soft and tender, the gelatinous skin mixed with the delicate flesh, sticking to the lips and scalding the tongue. This, this is even better than last night's fish soup. Stonetooth held his bowl, his hands trembling. Greyhide said nothing, only murmuring to herself, "If we could eat this every day." "It's simple." My voice rang out in the cave. Everyone looked up at me. "These soybeans aren't just food. Next spring, we'll bury them in the ground. One soybean plant can produce dozens of beans, and dozens of plants means thousands. By then, we won't just have soy milk and tofu. We can press oil and make even more things. Next winter, we can drink soy milk every day and eat tofu at every meal." A few days later, I was woken by a bone-chilling cold. Throwing off my bear-hide cloak and sitting up, I found the ground at the cave entrance covered with a thin layer of white frost. The air, drawn into my lungs, carried a raw sting like rust. The riverbank pebbles had formed a crust of ice, crunching underfoot. The dry grass on the distant ridges drooped, wilted by the frost, and a crisp, cold air hung over the valley. But the Fire Tribe's people weren't lazing around under their hides. In this world, winter was an hourglass counting down to death. Every grain of sand that fell could mean death. The men shouldered their tools and went to reinforce the wooden house, sealing the gaps in the crossbeams tight with wet mud and thatch. The women sat at the cave entrance weaving vine shields, constantly puffing out white breath. The children hauled dry grass and branches, piling them into little mountains deep in the cave. I had just finished the warm water in my clay bowl when a sharp cry of alarm came from the direction of the riverbank. "It's alive." The snare caught another live one. I threw on my cloak and went out, running into Windfeather hurrying toward me, holding a grayish-brown wild rabbit. The rabbit's hind legs were bound with vines, its belly bulging, its teats prominent, kicking its legs in vain. "Shaman, look. We caught a female rabbit." Windfeather held the rabbit up in front of me, panting hard. My eyes lit up at once. I thought of the rabbit being kept in the corner of the cave, the one I'd planned to use for poison testing earlier, fed grass by the children in turns, and still alive now. The appearance of this female rabbit made an idea instantly take shape in my mind. "Don't kill the rabbit. Take it back and raise it." My voice carried suppressed excitement. "Get 2 people to go cut branches down by the valley, as many as possible. Windfeather, take a few children to cut grass. Cut back all the tender grass and dry leaves you can find, dry them out, and store them. Raise it." Stonetooth was dumbfounded, his wooden spear frozen against the ground. "We're not eating it. Rabbit meat is really tender. If we kill it now, it's enough for 2 people to have a full meal. Kill it now, and it's only enough for 1 meal." I cut him off, my gaze sweeping over the crowd gathering around. "But if we let them breed, one female rabbit can have 5 or 6 babies in a single litter and several litters a year. The babies grow up and have their own babies, and by next year, we might have dozens, even hundreds of rabbits. Want meat? Just come here and grab one." Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. Greyhide walked over holding a bundle of vines and asked with a frown, "Planting means burying seeds in the ground. So this rabbit, we bury it in the ground too." "Not bury it." I couldn't help laughing, taking the female rabbit from Windfeather's hands. The rabbit trembled slightly in my palm. "Earth beans are what you bury in the ground. Rabbits are animals, so you raise them. Understand?" Stonetooth scratched his head. Windfeather, though, caught on first, his eyes lighting up. "So you mean, let the rabbits keep having baby rabbits?" "More or less." I nodded. "Go cut branches. We're going to build them a pen so they don't freeze to death in the winter." Stonetooth immediately led some people off toward the bushes, and Windfeather called a few older children to go cut grass. I picked a sheltered corner just outside the cave and inside the fence. The ground was relatively dry, and an overhanging cliff above could block rain and snow. I had people clear the ground level, shovel away the loose stones and weeds, and spread dry grass. "The pen needs to be built like this." I crouched down and used a clamshell shovel to draw a circle about 2 meters across on the ground. "Stick the branches into the earth, and don't space them too far apart, or the rabbits will squeeze out. The top has to be crossed and tied with vines too, to keep them from jumping out." Stonetooth hauled back a pile of arm-thick straight branches, trimmed off the smaller twigs, and sharpened one end. I demonstrated, pushing the sharpened tip into the ground and stamping on a stone to drive it down. 1, 2, 3. The branches were packed densely along the circle, like a ring of upright stakes. Then I used old vines to bind the neighboring stakes together, tight, wrapping 2 rows top and bottom, forming an impenetrable barrier. The top has to be covered too. I directed Windfeather to bend a few longer branches into arches, tying both ends to opposing stakes to form half a dome, then crossing thin twigs on top and pressing down a thick layer of thatch to hold it in place. A half-enclosed rabbit pen, sheltered from wind and rain, took shape. Greyhide led the women in carrying over more dry grass, laying it soft and thick. I had someone bring a clay pot of clean water and set it in the corner, then scattered fresh fodder inside. Bring the male one too. The rabbit that had been kept in the corner of the cave was carried over. It was thinner than the female, but in decent spirits, having gradually gotten used to the smell of humans over the past few days. I put both rabbits into the pen together and untied the vines from their hind legs. The moment the male rabbit landed, it sniffed around everywhere, its nose twitching, then buried its head in the pile of fodder. The female was far more cautious, circling along the edge of the pen, pawing at the dry grass on the ground with its front paws, as if checking for any gap to escape through. Only after confirming the pen was solid did it slowly walk over to the food trough and begin nibbling in small bites. That's all it takes. Stonetooth lay against the edge of the pen, staring without blinking. They won't run off. They can't run. I patted the tightly bound edge of the rabbit pen. From now on, come feed them grass and change their water every day. In winter, there's no fresh grass outside, so feed them dried grass and let the female rabbit have babies. I didn't finish, but the people around me slowly straightened up, looking at that crude but sturdy pen and the 2 creatures inside chewing away contentedly. The confusion in their eyes was gradually being replaced by a slow, forming realization. Windfeather suddenly spoke up. We raised 2 rabbits here, and later, we'll get a whole pile of rabbits? Right. I looked at him with approval. Then, a child asked timidly, will we have rabbit meat to eat every day from now on? If we raise them well, later we can raise chickens and sheep too, and we won't have to rely on luck to find food anymore. We'll have more meat than we can eat, more soup than we can drink, and a future, I said softly, as if talking to myself. Everyone silently looked toward the rabbit pen. Inside, the female rabbit had dug a shallow hollow in the dry grass and curled up in it. The male rabbit moved closer, and the 2 rabbits nestled against each other, their noses occasionally touching, making faint, contented rustling sounds. The snow began to grow heavier at dusk. At first it was just scattered specks, like grains of salt shaken from a gray, overcast sky, landing on the riverbank pebbles and melting the instant they touched. But within less than an hour, the wind swept over from beyond the mountains, howling and driving the snowflakes thick and fast. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers tumbled down, covering the top of the fence, covering the thatch roof of the wooden house, covering the withered yellow grass in the valley. The entire world was being dyed, at a visible pace, into a monotonous, harsh, deathly white. I stood at the cave entrance, wrapped in my bear-hide cloak, gripping a sling I'd just twisted together. Stonetooth came walking out of the wind and snow, a thick layer of snow piled on his shoulders, white frost hanging from his eyebrows and beard. His face looked even grimmer than the weather. Shaman. He shook the snow off himself, his voice broken up by the cold wind. The snare traps, 3 days now, and we've only caught 1 mouse. The rabbits aren't coming out anymore either. I nodded. This was to be expected. For a hunter-gatherer tribe, winter had always been a cruel period of culling. Animals either hibernated, migrated, or huddled in their dens and stopped venturing out. Snare traps relied on the animals' travel paths. With no tracks on the paths, the loops of rope became useless. Any luck finding a salt source? Everyone's keeping an eye out. Stonetooth rubbed his hands, red with cold, then hesitated. Shaman, Windfeather saw something unusual. He's not sure if it's what you wanted. What is it? Stonetooth turned and called into the cave. Windfeather ducked out, hunching his neck, carefully cradling a few shriveled, deep red, wrinkled fruits in his hands. On the way back, I saw a few short trees, bare, with these things hanging from the branches. Windfeather handed the fruits over, his voice carrying a trace of lingering fear. When I was picking them, I accidentally broke one open, and the juice splashed onto my hand. He held out his right index finger, where a faint red mark still remained on the fingertip. It burned like fire at the time, like I'd been scalded. I thought I'd been poisoned. But after a while, it stopped hurting so much. I took those few shriveled red fruits. My heart suddenly began to race. I raised a fruit to my nose and gave it a light sniff. An extremely faint, sharp scent with a woody, scorched quality slipped into my nostrils. I dug a nail into one, breaking it open to reveal pale yellow, almost translucent seeds and a thin layer of orange-red flesh. My fingertip, touched by the juice, immediately felt a burning sensation, as if a little flame were licking at the skin. Chili peppers. Though the fruit was very small, clearly a wild variety, this was without a doubt one of the greatest discoveries in the history of human diet. This isn't poison. My voice trembled slightly with excitement as I raised my head, my eyes frighteningly bright. This is even better than ginger. It can make people feel warm in the freezing snow, make bad-tasting food delicious, and even save lives. Save lives. Stonetooth frowned in confusion. But Windfeather said his hand hurt like it was burning. It hurts because you used it in the wrong place. I carefully wrapped the remaining chilies in dry hide. Come on, take me there, before the snow buries the path. Windfeather led the way, and the five of us walked upstream along the valley, crossing a snow-covered field of withered grass, climbing over a rocky slope, and in a sheltered, sunlit hollow, we found those few chili plants. The trees weren't tall, only up to a person's chest, their leaves long since fallen, but the bare branches held quite a few chilies. Some had been half pecked away by birds, some had split open, exposing the seeds inside. I had everyone pick every chili they could reach from the trees, then carefully search through the layer of fallen leaves beneath them, gathering up the ones that had dropped but hadn't rotted. Then I broke off a long branch and stuck it in the ground beside the short trees. When the snow melts in spring, we'll transplant this chili tree back near the tribe. On the way back, the snow grew heavier, the wind driving the snow grains against our faces. I tucked the hide wrapping the chilies into my chest, terrified those shriveled little fruits would get wet from the wind and snow. By the time we got back to the cave, it was already completely dark. The fire was burning bright, and everyone was gathered around the clay pot drinking fish head soup with salt and ginger, which had already become the tribe's standard fare these days. Seeing us bring in a gust of bitter cold, all eyes turned toward us. Shaman, what did you find? Greyhide set down the clay bowl in her hands. I didn't answer right away. I walked over to the fire, pulled the bundle of chili peppers out from inside my clothes, and spread them out on a clean animal hide. A dozen or so shriveled red pods took on a deep, dark red in the firelight, almost the color of clotted blood. These are called chili peppers, I said, holding one up and speaking loudly. This is another gift the sky god has given us. Tonight, they'll teach you what real heat feels like. I had someone bring me a piece of smoked rabbit meat, which I diced up. Then I cut a few slices of ginger and crushed them, and scraped a tiny bit of our precious white salt from the salt jar. I poured water into the largest clay pot, set it over the fire, added the diced rabbit and ginger, and started boiling it. Finally, I crushed one dried chili and sprinkled it into the bubbling broth. The change happened almost instantly. A smell so strong it was almost violent burst out of the clay pot, like an invisible fire sweeping through the entire cave in a heartbeat. That sharp, stinging smell was like countless tiny needles. Everyone's eyes watered on their own, and their throats tightened instinctively. But right after that, a deeper, almost greedy craving woke up inside them. What is that smell? Windfeather twitched his nose and coughed a few times. I gave it a stir with the wooden spoon. The broth had changed color, going from milky white to a faint orange red. That was the color of the chili oil blending with the fat. The rabbit meat had soaked up the fierce heat of the pepper, and every little chunk trembled slightly in the broth, giving off a deadly temptation. I tossed in a few pieces of groundnut too, letting the starch soften that overly intense heat a bit. A moment later, I set down the spoon and announced it was ready. Everyone got a small bowl. Bits of red chili skin and golden fat floated on the surface, steam rising, and that spicy aroma hung thick in the air. Windfeather was the first to pick up his bowl and cautiously take a small sip. The next second, his whole face twisted up. SSSS, huh? Wind Feather opened his mouth wide, huffing air out as hard as he could, tears pouring out uncontrollably. So hot. Water. I need water. The people next to him were startled, and a few of the children flinched back on instinct. But I stopped Wind Feather before he could go for the water. Don't drink water yet. Take a sip of the broth, then chew a piece of meat. Try it. Wind Feather looked doubtful, but he took another small sip, and this time he ate a piece of rabbit meat with it. And suddenly, he froze. It was as if the chili had opened up his taste buds. That burning sensation slid from his mouth down into his throat, like a warm river spreading out to every limb. On this freezing, snowy winter night, that warmth spreading from the inside out made him want to let out a long, satisfied breath. He scooped up another spoonful and put it in his mouth. This time, no frowning. He ate eagerly, and then he just couldn't stop. Seeing this, the others started trying it too. On the first bite, almost everyone had the same reaction. But once they worked up the courage for a second and third bite, they were instantly conquered by the chili. I feel like there's a ball of fire burning in my belly, Stone Tooth said, patting his stomach, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I ladled out a bowl for myself too. I took a sip, and that spiciness shot straight up into my head, making me think of the bubbling red oil hot pot broth back at the restaurants before I crossed over. I closed my eyes and could almost hear the noisy chatter of the modern world, smell that mix of cilantro, minced garlic, and beef tallow chili. When I opened my eyes again, the rough stone walls were still in front of me. But in this moment, this bowl of spicy broth made me feel a real connection to that faraway world. I set down my bowl, looked around at everyone, my voice a little hoarse from the chili's sting. Chili peppers can save your life in winter. When you're shivering with cold, drink a bowl of this and you'll warm right up. Next spring, we'll plant them along with the groundnuts and the ginger. By autumn, we'll have a whole field of chili peppers. The cave erupted in even more enthusiastic cheers. Even though the chili had the children sticking their tongues out, they still held out their little bowls, asking for more. The next day, it was still snowing, but a little lighter. The first thing people in the tribe said when they saw each other became, "How many bowls of broth did you drink last night? And does your tongue still hurt?" The chili, which people were temporarily calling fire fruit, had become the hottest topic in the tribe overnight. I took Wind Feather and Stone Tooth to check on the rabbit pen. The fence stood in the snow, a thin layer covering the wooden stakes and vines, but the structure was still solid. The two rabbits were curled up deep in the pile of dry grass. When they heard the noise, their ears twitched, but they didn't panic and bolt. They were starting to adjust to this environment. A boy was crouched by the fence, stuffing dry grass in through the gaps between the stakes. This was the rotating watch duty I'd set up. "How's it going?" I asked. The boy looked up, his face red from the cold. The rabbits didn't run. The ground's too hard to dig. When I get close, they shrink back. I nodded. Once the ground softened in spring, I need to bury stones at the base of the fence to keep them from digging their way out. As we left the rabbit pen, my eyes happened to sweep over the people working in the tribe. Wind Feather stood by the fence, practicing throws with a sling, but his bare feet were planted in the snow, his toes bright red from the cold. Stone Tooth was carrying a log on his shoulder, his hands equally exposed to the cold wind, his knuckles covered with cracks and frostbite scars. I stopped in my tracks. I suddenly realized a serious problem. The people of the fire tribe had no shoes, no gloves. They went barefoot all year round, at most tying some animal hide to the soles of their feet. Their hands handled prey and wove vines with no protection at all. It was bearable in autumn, but in a winter like this, with snow and frost, exposed skin would lose heat fast and develop frostbite. And a pair of badly frostbitten hands could mean never being able to hunt or work again, eventually becoming a burden on the tribe, or even dying. "Wind Feather, Stone Tooth, come here," I shouted. They gathered around, looking at me in confusion. My eyes landed on their cracked, frostbitten hands and feet, and my voice grew heavy. "Doesn't that hurt?" Wind Feather curled his toes and grinned. "You get used to it. It's like this every winter. Getting used to it doesn't mean it has to be this way." I turned and walked into the cave, pulled 2 well-tanned rabbit hides from our stores, and grabbed a bone needle and some finely twisted vine sinew. I'm going to make two things. One is called gloves. You put them on your hands to block the wind and keep warm. The other is called shoes. You wrap them around your feet to keep out the ice and snow on the ground. I spread one rabbit hide flat on a stone and cut out a shape with my army knife. I didn't cut a complicated five-finger design. That was too hard, and a bone needle couldn't make it fit precisely. What I was making was mittens, one larger oval piece of hide for the palm and four fingers, and a smaller triangular piece for the thumb sleeve. I held the large piece of rabbit hide against Stone Tooth's hand. It starts here at the wrist, covers the back of the hand, then closes off the four fingers together at the front. That's the simplest way. I used the tip of my knife to punch small holes along the edge of the hide, lined up the thumb sleeve with the side of the palm, threaded the vine sinew through the bone needle, and stitched it up one stitch at a time. When I finished, a rough pocket-shaped mitten had taken form. "Try it," I said, handing it to Stone Tooth. Stone Tooth hesitantly slid his hand in. The soft rabbit hide pressed against his skin, his fingers slightly bent. Although it limited his dexterity, it completely blocked out the cold air, and it was so warm it left him stunned. "Now try this one," I said, handing the other to Wind Feather. The moment Wind Feather put it on, he raised both hands to his mouth and breathed out a cloud of white steam. The warm air was trapped inside by the rabbit hide, and an unprecedented warmth wrapped around his hands. He tried clenching his fist, and the stitched vine sinew let out a faint creak, but in the end it didn't tear. Next, I had someone bring dry, fine, soft rabbit fur and dry grass, mixed together and stuffed inside the gloves to form a layer of padding. This not only kept them warm, but also absorbed sweat. "This is called a lining," I explained. "Even if it's windy and snowing outside, it stays dry and warm inside." At some point, Gray Hide had gathered around, her eyes burning with that fervor a craftsman gets when they see a new technique. She picked up another rabbit hide and spoke up on her own. "Shaman, let me try too." I handed her the knife and bone needle. Gray Hide imitated the cutting I'd just done, and though her lines were crooked, the shape was roughly right. She started stitching, and her stitches were even tighter than mine. In less than an hour, she'd made her first glove, a little smaller than mine, better suited for a woman's hand. She handed that glove to a young woman sitting nearby who was weaving a vine shield. "Put it on and try it." The young woman slid her hand in and gasped. She raised her hand to her eyes, turning it over and over, as if it wasn't her own hand at all. "So warm," she murmured. "My hand, it doesn't hurt anymore." I watched as more and more people in the cave crowded around. Watched Stone Tooth and Wind Feather high-five each other with their rough gloves on. Watched Gray Hide start teaching the other women how to cut and stitch, and a complicated feeling welled up in my chest. These were just the most primitive fur gloves. No separate fingers, not waterproof, nowhere near pretty. But in this harsh, snowbound winter, they meant a pair of hands that wouldn't crack from the cold, meant a hunter could still grip his wooden spear tomorrow, meant a weaver could keep producing vine shields and fish traps. I fell silent for a moment, then raised my voice. "Starting tonight, whoever has rabbit hide, make your own gloves first. Whoever doesn't have rabbit hide, use other tan soft leather. Later, I'll teach you how to make shoes, so your toes don't get frostbitten by the ice and snow anymore." That night, the people of the Fire Tribe didn't sleep. Deep in the cave, the fire burned brighter than usual. Everyone sat gathered in the corners the firelight could reach, busy at work. The women took the best spots, tanned rabbit hides spread across their laps, along with some scraps of hide peeled from the bear. Bone needles darted through the hides, vine sinew pulled taut, and letting out faint squeaks. Gray Hide sat closest to the fire. She'd already finished her own gloves and was teaching the young woman beside her, even demonstrating how to add rabbit fur at the wrist opening, how to thicken the palm section so it wouldn't wear through when gripping a wooden spear. The men joined this all-night labor too, but their hands were clearly better suited for gripping axes and throwing spears than pinching needles. Stone Tooth clumsily threaded the needle, pricking his fingertips several times, wincing in pain, which drew a round of good-natured laughter. Wind Feather was a bit more nimble, but the glove he stitched came out crooked, and even he blushed looking at it. "Let me fix it for you." Gray Hide took Wind Feather's half-finished glove, picked out a few of the wrong stitches with the bone needle, and stitched them back up. I didn't stop this all-nighter. The heavy snow had sealed off the mountains, and the prey had vanished. Rather than let the tribe sit around with nothing to do, it was better to let them use their hands to create something of their own. I leaned against the cave wall, my eyes sweeping over those faces reddened by the firelight. The atmosphere reminded me of certain late nights working overtime back in the modern world, but the difference was, this wasn't forced. This was a busy shared with hope. I called Greyhide over and dug a few special materials out of our stores. A few flat, thick pieces of softwood, some long tanned animal hides, and a few coils of twisted vine. Greyhide, let's make shoes. I placed a piece of softwood on the ground and cut out the shape of a foot with my army knife. Wide at the front, narrow at the back. I punched 2 holes each at the front and back, threaded vine through them. Then cut a rectangular piece of hide to cover the top, stitching it around the edges of the softwood with vine sinew. Finally, I left 2 ties on each side of the upper so it could be tied around the ankle. The finished product came out. It looked ugly, like a flattened, deformed wooden raft with wrinkled hide draped over it. The sole was uneven in thickness, a little crooked, and the ties were different lengths. I picked it up and tried it on myself first. The softwood sole standing on the cold stone floor was so much better than bare feet, blocking out that bone-deep chill. But when I walked, it felt like stepping on 2 planks of wood, with no give at all, and the vine ties dug painfully into my ankle. I took the shoe off and passed it around for everyone to look at. It's much better than stepping barefoot on the snow. This is the rough idea. Take a look and figure out how to make it more comfortable. Greyhide took the ugly shoe and studied it in front of her eyes for a long time. Her fingers brushed along the edge of the softwood, pinched the hide of the upper, and tugged at the ties. She didn't start working right away. Instead, she set the shoe on her lap and kept finishing the glove in her hands. But I noticed her eyes kept glancing at that shoe, her fingers unconsciously gesturing at something. Go get some rest, I said to everyone. We're not going out hunting in this heavy snow. Finish your gloves, and we'll deal with the shoes tomorrow. But Greyhide didn't sleep. As snoring rose and fell throughout the cave, she was still sitting by the fire, several freshly cut pieces of softwood and hide spread across her lap. 3 other women were beside her, their eyes just as bloodshot, gathered around her and discussing in low voices. They shaved the softwood thinner, carved curves into the edges to make it fit the sole better, added rabbit fur to the inside of the upper for a warming layer, and changed the ties into adjustable slipknots. I was woken by a burst of suppressed excitement. When I opened my eyes, the snowlight at the cave mouth was brighter than usual. It was already broad daylight outside. The fire had burned down to dark red embers, but Greyhide and a few women were still sitting there, with 6 or 7 pairs of shoes and more than a dozen pairs of gloves laid out in front of them. I sat up, both alarmed and anxious. You were up all night. Greyhide looked up, her eyes sunken and bloodshot, but a grin tugged at the corner of her mouth. She held up a pair of shoes. Shaman, try these. I took them. These shoes were a world apart from the one I'd made last night. The softwood sole had been shaved into a smooth curve, the ball of the foot slightly wider, the heel thickened, the edges wrapped in thin vine to keep it from chafing. The upper was soft rabbit hide, with thick rabbit fur stitched inside. The ties extended from both sides of the upper, crossed at the ankle, and could be tightened or loosened with slipknots. I put them on and took a few steps around the cave. Snug, warm. The softwood sole was still stiff, but it no longer felt like stepping on planks. The rabbit fur lining wrapped my whole foot in a gentle warmth. Even my toes stopped curling up. I stamped my foot, and the vine stitching didn't budge at all. I looked at Greyhide, genuine amazement in my voice. This is amazing. Greyhide smiled, revealing her broken teeth. The other women held up the gloves and shoes they'd made too. The quality varied, but every single pair was more practical than my prototype. I immediately woke everyone up. When the people of the tribe put on these gloves and shoes, a wave of exclamations broke out one after another. Stone Tooth put on the pair with the thickened soles and took a few steps in the snow, then jumped up and shouted, "It's not cold. Stepping on the ground feels like stepping on dry grass." Windfeather put on the gloves Greyhide had made, clenched his fist, and opened it again, a smile spreading across his face. "This is Greyhide's doing," I announced in front of everyone, holding up the shoes. "And these women who stayed up all night, they've made sure no one has to suffer frozen hands and feet this winter. As a reward, I looked at Don Fire, and he nodded to show his support. Today, their food is doubled. And from now on, anyone who helps the tribe develop will get more resources. This is the Fire Tribe's rule from now on. The crowd stirred, everyone nodding, envy in their eyes, along with a hunger for a clear goal to work toward. And while the Fire Tribe was riding out the storm with chili peppers and gloves, in a hidden mountain hollow about half a day's journey away, another tribe was being swallowed bit by the heavy snow. That was the Rat Tribe. They had no fences, no wooden huts, only a few naturally formed stone caves, their mouths facing southeast, barely enough to block the northwest wind. The caves were low and cramped, but for that very reason, they held heat more easily on snowy days. The Rat Tribe didn't worship rats. That name came from hunger. Many years ago, their main food source had been the wild rats that overran the area near their caves, those gray, quick little creatures that nested in the rocks. The Rat Tribe people, with their nimble fingers and small, slight bodies, would squeeze into crevices adults couldn't fit through, stab the rats to death with sharpened sticks, and bring them back to roast and eat. Later, this skill became their mark and the source of their name. They were shorter than the Fire Tribe people, on average only reaching the shoulders of a Fire Tribe man, but their limbs were well-proportioned and their fingers long and nimble. They were excellent climbers among these mountains. But now, the heavy snow had sealed off every way out. Their chief, Rat Ear, was crouched in the deepest corner of the cave, where it was a little warmer. He wasn't yet 30 this year, but he looked like a withered old man. High cheekbones, eyes too big for his face, and ears larger than normal, like two cold reddened leaves stuck to the sides of his head. His fingers tapped unconsciously on his knee, a habit of his when he was anxious. The snow this year, did it come earlier? Rat Ear asked hoarsely. An old woman beside him nodded. In other years, we could still go out and catch rock rats around now. Now the cave mouths are all buried. How much food is left? Dried rat, enough for about 5 more days. The wild greens, we finished those 3 days ago. Rat Ear said nothing. His gaze passed over the people lying scattered about the cave and landed on a figure at the very back. That was his daughter, Greenfruit. She'd inherited her father's small frame and nimble fingers, and right now she was curled up under a tattered animal hide, her body heaving violently with each breath. Every cough seemed like it was going to tear something out of her lungs. Worse still, after each cough, a trace of dark red was left at the corner of her mouth. Rat Ear knew what that meant. In this world, coughing up blood was a warning of death. Greenfruit wouldn't survive this winter, unless there was food, a lot of food. Rat Ear suddenly stood up, his decisive voice breaking the gloom in the cave. Everyone eat. Once you're full, the hunting party comes out with me. Go out. Someone stared wide-eyed. It's snowing out there. It's precisely because it's snowing that the animals can't run well. Rat Ear grabbed a sharpened wooden spear. And we're not the only ones going hungry. When those pheasants and rabbits can't find food, they come out and wander around. This is our last chance. They shared out the dried rat. It smelled rank and sour and had gone hard, with a musty taste from long storage, but eating it now still felt like a gift from heaven. Rat Ear pushed his own portion into Greenfruit's mouth, watching her chew and swallow with difficulty, only for her to immediately cough up bloody spit again. Wait for me to come back. He touched his daughter's forehead. It was frighteningly hot. Rat Ear set out with 7 of the strongest, most agile men in the tribe. Draped in tattered animal hides, they walked barefoot through the snow, climbed over icy cliff faces, pushed through thickets, and searched for any sign of animal activity. That day, their luck was surprisingly good. First, they spotted a pheasant scratching for food in the snow, its feathers disheveled, its movements sluggish. Rat Ear lunged out from behind a rock and skewered its wing precisely with his stick. Then they found a wild rabbit that had lost its way, and he knocked it out cold with a single stone to the head. But the real prize came after they crossed a low ridge. A young wild boar, not yet fully grown, maybe 50 pounds, its brown coat splattered with snow and mud, was rooting up tree roots in a sheltered thicket. It was clearly starving, its guard against its surroundings at its lowest. Rat Ear's heart raced. This boar was enough to feed the tribe for several days. If they could catch it, not only would Greenfruit be saved, but everyone could hold on a while longer. Surround it, Rat Ear whispered, his fingers gesturing quickly. Drive it toward the cliff over there. Everyone spread out, stepping lightly across the snow, closing in around the young boar. But the boar seemed to sense something. It lifted its head, nose twitching, then let out a terrified squeal and turned to flee. Chase! Rat Ear sprinted through the snow, his small frame bursting with astonishing agility. He leaped over rocks, wove around bushes, his fingers hooking onto jutting tree roots to pull himself forward. The others flanked in from the sides, trying to corner it. But the boar was too fast. Even on an empty stomach, those four short, thick legs were still powerful in the snow, each stomp kicking up a spray of snow mist. It broke out of the encirclement and ran toward the more open slope. Rat Ear could only watch helplessly as it ran farther and farther away, despair pouring into his bones like cold snowmelt. Just as the boar was about to disappear into the snowstorm, a gray blur, with a piercing shriek that tore the air, flew out from behind the thicket to the front left. Bang! The thing struck the boar square in the hind leg with a dull crack of breaking bone. The boar screamed and toppled over, rolling in the snow, blood spurting from the wound on its hind leg and staining the white snow red. Before Rat Ear could even react, 7 or 8 figures emerged from behind the thicket. They were tall, a whole head taller than the Rat Tribe people. The young man at their front wore a black bear-hide cloak so smooth it was hard to believe, and his hands and feet were wrapped in some strange, thick leather coverings, which in Rat Ear's eyes was simply unimaginable attire. One of them held a forked branch wrapped with vines. That deadly stone just now had been fired from that thing. Fear coiled around Rat Ear's heart like a cold snake. He instinctively shrank back, the stick in his hand drooping. Several of his tribespeople behind him froze in place too, like a group of field mice being stared down by a beast. But Rat Ear thought of green fruit back in the cave. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to take a step forward, his voice trembling in the wind and snow. I'm Rat Ear, chief of the Rat Tribe. That boar, we spotted it first. We've been chasing it this whole time. He couldn't go on, because he saw that the young man at the front was calmly watching him. There was no hostility in that gaze, not even contempt, which only made Rat Ear more afraid, because he couldn't tell what the other man would do next. You can't catch it, I spoke up. A few dozen more steps, and it would have run into the trees. Rat Ear's face flushed red. It was the truth, but having it stated so bluntly was like a slap to his dignity as chief. He opened his mouth to argue, to plead, but his throat was too dry to make a sound. But my next words left everyone stunned. This boar, it's yours. The snowstorm seemed to freeze still in that instant. Rat Ear doubted his own ears. He raised his head and looked at me, unable to believe it. Ours? You're giving it to us. I nodded. Behind me, Stone Tooth and Wind Feather exchanged a glance, but raised no objection at all. I stepped forward and looked at the still twitching boar, confirming it had lost too much blood to be a threat anymore, before stepping back. Take it. Dragging it through the snow will leave a blood trail, so you'd better deal with it quickly and get it home. The truth was, after I'd made the gloves and shoes, I'd already planned to take everyone out this time to test how well they kept people warm and how they moved in them. I hadn't expected to run into the Rat Tribe. I didn't care about this little boar. Or rather, what I really wanted was people. People who would join the Fire Tribe of their own free will. Rat Ear's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. He'd lived all these years and been through countless encounters between tribes. In seasons when prey was plentiful, big tribes would ignore them. In seasons when prey was scarce, big tribes would likely take their things and sometimes kill anyone who resisted. But he'd never seen anything like this. In a cold winter of scarce food, a tribe that was clearly far stronger simply handed over the prey it had just brought down? Why? Rat Ear finally squeezed out the 2 words, his voice so hoarse it didn't sound like his own. Because you couldn't catch it, and letting it get away would be a waste. My tone was flat, but then it shifted, and my gaze grew solemn. I looked at Rat Ear's skeletal frame, and at the equally small and terrified tribespeople behind him. Remember this, we're the Fire Tribe, and we live over by the river valley. If you run into trouble and can't survive, you can come find us. Remember this path. Remember what we look like. Rat Ear stared blankly at me. His tribespeople behind him were stunned too, their eyes full of disbelief. One of them even pinched his own thigh, checking that this wasn't a hallucination brought on by hunger. I waved my hand, no longer looking at them, turned and led the fire tribe off in a different direction. The snow's getting heavy. Head back soon. Though the snowfall had lightened a bit, the wind still howled outside, sweeping bits of snow in through the cave mouth and spreading a mottled white across the outermost floor. The rat tribe people huddled deep in the cave, pressing as close to one another as they could, sharing body heat. No one spoke. Speaking burned energy, and energy was life. Green Fruit sat at the very back, her cheeks sunken, her lips cracked, each breath coming with difficulty. Someone sat beside her, now and then testing the temperature of her forehead with the back of a hand, frighteningly hot. The rat tribe had seen fevers like this many times, and they usually ended as a small mound of earth in the snow outside the cave. "Chief, will he come back?" A child finally couldn't hold back and asked softly. No one answered, because the answer might be cruel. Going out to hunt in weather like this was a gamble. Then there was a stir outside the cave. It was the sound of scattered footsteps crunching over the snow, along with a barely contained, almost ecstatic clamor. The people in the cave jerked their heads up and rose to their feet like startled beasts. "The chief's back," someone shouted. Several figures blocked the light at the cave mouth. Rat Ear walked at the front, his body taut beneath his animal hide, his face full of joy. The tribespeople behind him seemed to be dragging something. "We caught a wild boar," someone shouted excitedly. The cave erupted in an instant. People who had been lying there like corpses struggled to their feet. Children rushed out from the corners, and even Green Fruit opened her eyes, a faint flicker of light passing through them. Catching a wild boar, in the rat tribe's memory, that was something that had happened long, long ago, in some bountiful autumn. "Make a fire. Quick, make a fire." Rat Ear's voice was urgent as he directed them to pile the prey onto the stone platform in the center of the cave. "Bring out that last bit of dried rat. Today, everyone eats their fill." The fire was relit, the young boar cut into several large chunks and set over the flames. Fat dripped into the fire, sending up bursts of golden sparks. The rich smell of meat drew every empty stomach. While waiting for the meat to roast through, a long-lost, almost festive atmosphere filled the cave. Children circled the stone platform, their eyes locked on the sizzling, dripping chunks of meat. The old people leaned on one another, dazed, disbelieving smiles on their faces. "Chief," a young man edged over to Rat Ear. "How are we so lucky today? Did you bring the boar down all by yourself?" By custom, whenever the rat tribe caught a proper piece of prey, the chief would tell the story of it by the fire. It was a kind of ritual, turning the danger of the hunt into a shared memory for the tribe, letting everyone share in the glory. But this time, Rat Ear didn't speak right away. He sat by the fire, his gaze drifting, his expression too complicated to read. "We didn't catch it," he finally said, his voice low but loud enough for everyone around to hear. The noise in the cave went silent in an instant. Everyone turned toward him, full of confusion. "We were chasing that boar, and just as it was about to get away, a group of people appeared." Rat Ear's tone turned dry. "They were stronger than any tribe I've ever seen. But they just stood there. They didn't take our prey, they just watched us. And then, they gave the boar to you?" Someone's eyes went wide, their face full of disbelief. Rat Ear nodded. "That man said letting it get away would be a waste. And he said, they're the fire tribe, and they live over by the river valley. If we run into trouble and have no food, we can go find them." The cave fell into a dead silence. Then whispers began. "The fire tribe? Never heard of them. They're not short on food. They must not be short on food, or they wouldn't give a boar away." The words fire tribe were chewed over again and again in the cave. In this world, there were only 3 kinds of relationships between tribes: being ignored, plundering, or being plundered. And this strange behavior of giving away food was completely beyond their understanding. "Do they want to make us their slaves?" A middle-aged man suddenly spoke up, wariness in his voice. "Give us food first, and then make us obey them." Rat Ear shook his head. When that man spoke, there was no sense of command in it. "I don't know what it is they actually want." Green Fruit's coughing came from deep in the cave, instantly cutting off everyone's discussion. Rat Ear jerked to his feet, grabbed a roasted piece of the most tender boar loin, and hurried over to his daughter's side, holding the meat to her mouth, his voice gentler than it usually was. "Eat it while it's hot. You'll have strength once you finish. Green Fruit weakly opened her mouth and took a small bite. The juices melted in her mouth, the fullness of fat and protein that she hadn't experienced in a long time. She chewed slowly, each bite as if it took all the strength in her body. But after she swallowed, there was a bit more life in her eyes. Rat Ear crouched beside her and watched her eat, but inside it felt like two wild boars were pulling at him. He thought of what that cloaked young man had said, and he thought of his own tribe's current situation. Even though they'd caught plenty of prey this time, if the snow kept falling, if they couldn't catch anything more, the rat tribe would become like all those small tribes that had vanished in years past. Just a few mounds of earth in the snow, dug open by beasts once spring came, not even bones left. Join the fire tribe? The thought fell into his heart like a seed. But then, another, heavier force pressed down on it, the ancestors. How long had the rat tribe lived in this mountain hollow? 3 generations? 4? Every crevice in these rocks, every rat nest, every slope where they dug up wild greens, all of it was the ancestors' memory. If he led his people away to join a strange tribe, would the name Rat Tribe still exist? Would the ancestors' spirits still follow them? Rat Ear hesitated for a long time, and in the end he gritted his teeth and pushed the thought down for now. Maybe the snow would stop soon. Tomorrow, they might catch prey again. The others in the cave were still discussing the fire tribe. Someone compared them to the wolf tribe, who lived in the same region. The wolf tribe was the rat tribe's nightmare. Not only were they numerous, but every one of them was as cruel as a wolf. Those people often crossed the ridge to snatch away the food the rat tribe had worked so hard to find, and sometimes they injured people too. The fire tribe should be able to beat the wolf tribe, a young man said, a near-fantasy light in his eyes. They have those stones that can fly far. When the wolf tribe charges in, they get knocked down before they even got close. Not necessarily. Another man shook his head. The wolf tribe has more than 20 warriors, and they're cunning. They launch ambushes too. But the fire tribe gave us the boar, a child suddenly said, an almost longing tone in his voice. The wolf tribe only ever steals our meat and beats us. The fire tribe is different. Meanwhile, I'd already led everyone back to the tribe along the river valley. Although the snow had lightened, the snow on the ground came up past our ankles, and every step meant pulling your foot out of the snow. But this time, no one complained about cold feet. Wind Feather walked at the front, his steps light, hopping and jumping now and then, testing the rabbit hide shoes that had been improved overnight. The softwood soles made a dull crunching sound in the snow, and his gait was still a bit clumsy, but the comfort had him grinning ear to ear. "Shaman," he shouted back to me, white breath puffing from his mouth. "These shoes really work. My feet aren't cold at all. Before, walking on ground like this, my toes hurt like they were being bitten." Stone Tooth nodded too. He was wearing his gloves, gripping his wooden spear, and his palms were no longer red and cracked from the cold spear shaft like they usually were. I listened and gave a slight nod. This was exactly the purpose of coming out, to test how reliable the gear was in a real situation. And the result was even better than I'd expected. The gloves and shoes not only kept us warm, but also provided effective protection during fast movement. When we got back inside the fence, the women who'd stayed behind came out to meet us. Seeing the men return empty-handed, they were a little confused at first. But once they heard Stone Tooth and Wind Feather excitedly describe how the gloves and shoes had performed in the snow, their attention was immediately drawn elsewhere. Greyhide was surrounded by everyone, explaining how to shave the softwood soles to fit the shape of the foot better, how to stitch rabbit fur inside the shoes. There was a tired but proud expression on her face. For the first time in many years, she'd become the center of the tribe's attention. I smiled, but didn't join in the cheering. I just looked off toward where the rat tribe was. That direction was hidden by the wind and snow, leaving only the gray outline of the mountain ridge. Dawn Fire walked over, holding a bowl of steaming broth. "You're back." He handed me the bowl. "Did something happen?" I took the bowl and drank a mouthful, warmth sliding down my throat into my stomach, then set it down and spoke calmly. "We ran into a tribe up north, called the Rat Tribe. They must be out of food. They only came out to hunt because they had no choice. They were chasing a wild boar but couldn't catch it, so we brought it down for them. And then, I gave them the boar." Without waiting for him to respond, I continued as if talking to myself. The Fire Tribe only has 35 people now. That's too few. The Stone Axe Tribe is watching us like a hungry predator over there. And even though we've kept the Black Water Tribe calm for now with our pottery, who knows what might happen. We need more hands to work. But if we take people by force through raids, they won't work with any real heart, and they'll turn on us. Besides, once we start down that road, everything goes bad. Shihua fell into deep thought. Winter, actually, is the best time, I went on. People out there are short on food, which makes it easy for us to take in new members. Of course, we have to check their character too. We can't just take in anyone. This is a long-term plan, but we can start preparing now. I finished speaking and gave Shihua enough time to think it over slowly. Then I turned around and looked at the newly finished wooden house. The first house was completely built. The posts, beams, and slanted roof were all bound tightly together with vines and animal hide cords. The roof was covered in a thick layer of thatch, its edges weighed down with stones to keep the wind from tearing it off. The house had no door, only an animal hide hanging over the entrance, but the space inside was far more spacious than a cave. It had good ventilation, dry grass spread across the floor, and several bundles of dried herbs hanging on the walls, giving off a faint, spicy scent that kept insects away. I walked inside. It was much warmer than outside. The thatched roof sealed out the wind and snow, the wooden walls blocked the cold gusts, and body heat gathered inside the enclosed space. The smoked fish and smoked meat had been moved here from the cave too, hanging on a multi-tiered rack made from tree branches, well-ventilated, easy to reach, no longer mixed in with all the smoke and haze of the cave. From now on, we'll store food here, I said. Once we have more houses, we can move in and live in them. The sky was gradually darkening, and the snow had picked up again. The wind swept snowflakes against the thatched roof of the house, making a soft rustling sound. But inside the fence, the fire burned bright, and everyone sat gathered around the clay pot, waiting for tonight's dinner. I walked over to the clay pot and pulled a small hide pouch from inside my coat. In it were dried chili peppers I'd deliberately set aside, the seeds already removed and stored. I crushed the peppers and sprinkled them into the boiling soup, which already had chunks of smoked rabbit meat, ground nuts, ginger slices, and wild pheasant. The moment the chili hit the soup, a rich, powerful aroma burst out. Everyone's noses twitched, and their eyes suddenly lit up in the firelight. They already remembered this taste. Fire fruit. Fengyu was the first to cry out, his voice filled with joy he couldn't hold back. It's fire fruit. Xia clenched his gloved hands, as if he could already feel that warm rush flowing through him. I ladled a bowl for each person, giving larger portions than last time. Everyone had worked hard today, and with the heavy snow outside, they needed the heat. Fengyu took his bowl and eagerly took a sip. On this freezing winter night, with snowflakes drifting down through the gaps in the thatch above their heads, this kind of warmth, spreading from the inside out, was enough to make anyone sigh with contentment. So good, Fengyu mumbled, tears welling up from the spice, though the corners of his mouth were already curling into a grin. The others started eating too. When that spicy heat blended completely with the flavors of meat, beans, and ginger in their mouths, no one could stop. Xia cradled his bowl and gulped it down in big mouthfuls, soup dripping down his beard. He didn't care in the slightest. Plenty of people stuck out their tongues from the heat, but still couldn't stop drinking. I watched this scene and smiled with satisfaction. Chili peppers were limited. I couldn't make this every day, but that was fine. Sometimes, scarcity itself becomes a memory. The taste of this spicy soup would be burned deep into everyone's minds, becoming the warmest thing to dream about in the dead of winter, and one of the reasons they'd be willing to stay in this tribe and give it their all. But what I didn't know was that just beyond this warm firelight, a slaughter was quietly drawing near. Far from the Fire Tribe, the Wolf Tribe's cave was hidden in a crevice of a steep cliff. The entrance was so narrow that only one person could squeeze through sideways, but once inside, the space suddenly opened up. The walls were weathered layers of dark brown rock, covered in soot-black scorch marks, and the air was permanently thick with a stench of blood so heavy it turned your stomach, mixed with the sour reek of rancid fat. They were used to dragging their kills straight into the cave to butcher them, tossing the organs and bones wherever they landed. only carelessly burying some near the cave mouth with a few stones. In summer, the rotting filth steamed and drew swarms of green flies. In winter, it froze into layer upon layer of dark red icy crusts. Their chief, Wolf Tail, sat on a rock deep in the cave, his face grim. He was in his early 30s this year, but looked more like his mid-40s, not because of his age, but from the marks left by years of gorging himself and hunting with no restraint. He had a powerful build, broad shoulders, a thick back, and murky yellow-brown eyes that faintly reflected light in the dark, like a beast's. When he looked at people, he never faced them directly, but glanced sideways with the cold detachment of a predator sizing up the value of its prey. Right now, the cave had erupted into chaos. "We've only got half a deer left." A one-eyed man kicked the block of meat in the corner, frozen rock hard. "Even with a few baskets of wild greens, they're all frozen and ruined. Even if we ration it, it'll last us half a month at most." "Half a month?" another man shrieked. "Winter's just getting started. Last year the snow fell all the way till spring, and this year it'll only last longer. What are we supposed to eat after that? Dirt. And whose fault is that? You bunch of useless deadweights. In the fall I told you to store more food, but no, you all just had to roast meat and stuff your faces every single day. Now you're finally hungry. Who are you calling deadweight?" The argument escalated fast, shoving, cursing, and someone even grabbed a stone axe. Wolf Tail didn't stop them right away. He sat on the rock, watching his men tear into each other, his eyes dark and sullen. The wolf tribe had over 40 people. Precisely because there were so many of them, they consumed a huge amount. They didn't carefully plan and budget like the Fire tribe, nor did they have salt to trade like the Blackwater tribe. Their survival philosophy was simple and brutal: find prey, eat it, then find more. In the fall they had indeed caught plenty, but their unchecked gorging had drained their reserves fast. And this year's winter had come nearly a month earlier than usual, catching them completely off guard. "Enough." Wolf Tail spoke, and instantly all the noise died down. He rose slowly to his feet, walked over to the half-carcass of deer and glanced at it, then turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Someone spotted the rat tribe," he said coldly. "Yesterday, they were dragging a wild boar back to their cave." "A wild boar?" The one-eyed man's eyes lit up, then twisted into fury. "That land is our hunting ground. That boar should be ours. What right do those little runts have?" "Exactly. Those rat-like creatures. All they do is dig holes and steal bird eggs. They don't deserve to eat wild boar." Wolf Tail said nothing, but the malice in his eyes grew thicker. He thought of the rat tribe, few in number, weak in a fight, yet they always managed to find strange and unusual foods: rock rats, bird eggs, even certain roots that not even the wolf tribe recognized. "We attack them," Wolf Tail said, his voice hoarse. "Take all their food. Bring back all their people. The men will work, and the women." He paused, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel arc. "The women and children. If we still don't have enough food, then they'll be the food." The cave went silent for a moment. Then that silence was ripped apart by a greed that was almost bestial. In the wolf tribe's logic, the weak were food. They began muttering excitedly, checking their stone axes and wooden spears, tightening their hide cloaks. A few of the women even started filling water skins, preparing for the long trek. "Eat your fill this meal." Wolf Tail walked back to the rock, grabbed a piece of raw meat, and bit straight into it. Then we set out. The snow's light, perfect for traveling. By the time those rat tribe runts realize what's happening, we'll already be at their cave mouth. At that very moment, the rat tribe was steeped in an almost suffocating silence. Their chief, Rat Ear, had gone out again with those few men. Though the snow had lightened somewhat, the temperature outside was still cold enough to freeze your ears off. But they had to seize the chance to search a little more. Even catching a single rock rat would be worth it. Chingwa lay against the deepest part of the cave, covered by two ragged rat hides patched together, her breathing faint. Ever since she'd eaten the wild boar meat her father brought back, her spirits had improved a little, and her fever had gone down slightly, but her cough still hadn't stopped. Footsteps came from outside the cave. The pace was fast, carrying an urgent rhythm, like a charge. Chingwa's eyes opened. She thought it was her father coming back, and struggled to prop up her upper body, looking toward the cave mouth. A faint smile even rose at the corners of her lips. Then the smile froze. The figures pouring in through the snowy light of the cave mouth weren't the small, nimble shapes of the rat tribe. They were tall and powerful. The one leading them was draped in a whole wolf pelt, his head poking out from the wolf's jaws, like a monster grown from the belly of a beast. In his hand, he gripped a stone axe, its blade still stained with dark red blood that hadn't yet dried. The wolf tribe. A gasp of terror caught in Qinggua's throat. Rat tribe. Wolf Tail's voice exploded through the cave, carrying a mocking, cruel amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. Come out. Everything you have is ours now. Someone snapped into action, grabbing a sharpened wooden stick and blocking the way in front of the children, screaming, "Run! Run out the back!" But there was no back way out. The rat tribe's cave had only one entrance. That was the very reason their ancestors had chosen this place, easy to defend and hard to attack. But now, it had become a deadly trap. The wolf tribes surged in like a flood. Stone axes swung in the firelight, wooden sticks snapped on impact, and screams echoed through the cave. A rat tribe man who tried to fight back was struck in the shoulder by an axe. Blood sprayed against the cave wall as he fell and was trampled underfoot. Another man jabbed his wooden stick at the one-eyed man's stomach, but the man just grinned savagely, grabbed the stick, and with a backhand swing of his axe, cut off the man's wrist. Qinghua watched it all, her body frozen stiff, unable to move. She saw the women of the tribe shoved to the ground, saw the children snatched up like little chicks, saw the last sack of dried rat meat and boar meat in the corner being greedily stuffed into the wolf tribe's waterskins. Finally, Wolf Tail walked up to her, looking down and studying her from above, as if judging the quality of a piece of meat. "Take her." Wolf Tail waved his hand. But he didn't finish his words. Qinghua suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing so fierce and so sudden that her body doubled over. She hurried to cover her mouth with her hand, but dark red blood still seeped out through the gaps between her fingers, dripping onto the animal hide over her chest. Wolf Tail's steps halted. He frowned and stepped back half a pace. "She's sick." A flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. "An unclean thing. Take her along and she'll just spread it to everyone else in the tribe." The man beside him leaned in. "A sick one like that. Better to just leave her." Wolf Tail spat, the spittle landing on the ground in front of Qinghua, kicking up tiny shards of ice. "Bad luck. Don't go near her. Leave her here to die on her own." Then he raised his foot and kicked Qinghua hard with the sole of his boot. Qinghua felt a violent, wrenching pain and a wave of dizziness. The world before her eyes rippled like water struck by a stone, and her consciousness sank into darkness. In the last moment before it faded, she heard her tribe's people crying out as they were dragged away, heard the wind and snow outside suddenly howling louder. When Rat Ear returned, he was carrying 2 wild pheasants, ones he and his tribesmen had knocked down in the bushes with wooden sticks. Even though his cheeks were red from the cold and ice clung to the tip of his nose, his face was unusually happy. He trudged through the snow, walking quickly toward the cave. But the closer he got, the slower his steps became. It was too quiet. Normally at this time, he should have been able to hear his people talking. But now, there was only the mournful wail of wind and snow slicing through the rock crevices. In the snow before the cave mouth, there were many messy footprints, not the kind left by the small feet of the rat tribe. Rat Ear and the others went pale in an instant. They snatched up their wooden sticks and charged in like madmen. The cave was empty. The fire had gone out, leaving only a few wisps of gray smoke curling up in the darkness. The ground was in complete disarray, and the blood on the walls had already frozen into dark brown icy grit. Then he saw Qinghua. She lay in the deepest part of the cave, her face deathly pale, dried blood at the corner of her mouth, a large bruise swollen purple across her body. "Qinghua." Rat Ear lunged over and gathered her into his arms. Qinghua's eyelids fluttered a few times, then slowly opened. Her pupils drifted for a while before slowly focusing, and tears welled up without warning. "Wolf, the wolf tribe." Her voice was so hoarse it was almost impossible to hear. They took everything." Rat Ear's body went rigid. He slowly looked around. The cave where all his people had once lived now held only the few of them, along with the wreckage and blood covering the ground. "I'll go and fight them to the death." He gently set Qinghua down, a wild, frenzied light burning in his eyes. No. Qinghua suddenly gripped his wrist, her strength shockingly fierce for someone so sick. We can't beat them. If we go, it's just death. Rat Ear fell silent. The wolf tribe had over 30 people, far stronger than they were. If he led his men charging over, maybe they could wound a few, but in the end, they'd all just die in the snow, and Qinghua would freeze to death here alone. But staying here, with no food and no fire, they were just as doomed. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in his mind, that young man draped in the bearskin cloak. The fire tribe. It seemed Qinghua had thought of the same thing. Her eyes lit up in the darkness. Go find the fire tribe. Maybe they can help us. Maybe they can rescue the others. Rat Ear looked at his daughter, his heart torn. Go find the fire tribe? But he didn't know exactly which river valley they were in. He looked down at the cave. To stay was to wait for death. To take her and leave gave at least a sliver of a chance to live. All right. Rat Ear forced the words out through gritted teeth. We'll go find the fire tribe. He turned to his 6 remaining tribesmen. They were as exhausted as he was, but the same fire burned in all their eyes. Anger, despair, and a faint trace of hope. Will you come with me? We might not find them, and we might die on the way. But if we do find them, then maybe we live. They looked at one another, silent, then nodded. They had no family left here anymore. Rat Ear grabbed the 2 pheasants, broke open the frozen ground with a stone, and started a small fire. He roasted one bird and tore off the tenderest meat to feed Qinghua, then roasted the other and wrapped it in animal hide as travel rations. The rest of the group ate some too. They needed the strength. He draped his own thickest hide over his daughter's shoulders, binding it tight layer by layer with vines. Can you walk? Qinghua nodded weakly. They stepped out of the cave into the blinding storm of snow. They had no shoes. Walking barefoot through the snow, every step felt like treading on knife points. But no one stopped, because behind them was death, and ahead, though unknown, at least held something called hope. They pressed forward in the direction they remembered, but the snowstorm blurred every landmark. Everything around them looked the same, its edges lost in a world of blinding white. They crossed one slope, then another, passed through a stretch of dead trees, then a thicket of bushes. The sun moved across the gray sky, but Rat Ear couldn't feel the passing of time. He only felt his legs growing weaker and weaker, his toes long since numb, swinging mechanically through the snow like 2 blocks of wood. Qinghua, carried on his back, kept coughing. His tribesmen were exhausted too. Some fell, then climbed back up. No one complained, because to stop meant death. How long had they walked? Half a day? A whole day? Rat Ear didn't know. His mind was starting to blur, and all that remained before his eyes was an endless white. Qinghua's faint voice came from his back. Put me down. Go on by yourself. Shut up. Rat Ear gasped, white breath bursting from his mouth only to be torn apart instantly by the wind and snow. We live together, or we die together. Finally, after crossing yet another low slope, Rat Ear's foot caught on something. He stumbled, nearly falling, and looked down. It was a wooden post, half buried in snow. No, not a post, a fence. He jerked his head up. In that instant, the snowstorm seemed to ease for a moment. Through the drifting snowflakes, he saw before him a fence made of tree branches and vines, and not far inside it stood a wooden house, its roof covered in thatch, with wisps of gray smoke rising from a cave nearby. Rat Ear's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees in the snow. Qinghua slid off his back, tumbling into a snowdrift and letting out a faint moan. Rat Ear wanted to get up and help her, but his body had no strength left, and he could only lie sprawled in the snow. His fingers dug into the freezing snow, and toward the fence, with the last of his strength, he let out a hoarse cry. Help, help us! Then darkness swallowed him. And inside the fire tribe's fence, I was standing in front of the wooden house, looking up to watch the storm outside. I was wrapped in a bearskin cloak, yet the cold still crept in through every gap. I hadn't expected the rat tribe would actually come. Giving them that wild boar that day was only planting a seed that might take months to sprout. In weather like this, they should have been huddled in their cave. There was no way they'd brave the storm, cross unknown territory, and come find a group of people they'd only met once. Shaman. Feng Yu's voice suddenly came from outside, a cry so urgent it was almost stunned. People. There are people outside. I spun around. Feng Yu stood at the lookout in the fence, an openable observation window they'd woven into it with vines. I hurried over and looked out through it. In the snow about a dozen paces beyond the fence, a small, thin man lay sprawled on the ground, and an even smaller figure lay beside him, wrapped tightly in animal hide. Behind them were several more figures, swaying on the verge of collapse. "Open the gate," I shouted. "Hurry, bring them inside." Xia and Feng Yu rushed out, wading through ankle-deep snow, and dragged those people inside the fence. Everyone gathered around. The light of the torches and the fire lit up their faces. That man's face was so gaunt it seemed disfigured, his lips purple, his fingers frozen a bluish white. But I recognized him in an instant, the chief of the rat tribe.